All right, the time being 6:01 p.m. and this being the Plymouth Select Board, I will call to order the Tuesday, January 16th, 2024 meeting of Plymouth Select Board at this time. Please join the Select Board in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Tonight's meeting of the Plymouth Select Board is not solely a meeting of the Plymouth Select Board. It is also a joint meeting with the Plymouth School Committee and the Plymouth Advisory and Finance Committee. This is a meeting, all three meetings in fact, are taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to modifications made to the open meeting law by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Legislature. We have members of each board and committee joining us over the Zoom webinar platform. We have others joining us physically at the Great Hall here at Town Hall. Members of the public who wish to observe, participate, or contribute to this meeting in any way may do so by one of the following options. They may come and attend our meeting in person at the Great Hall here at the Plymouth Town Hall. They may join us virtually over the Zoom webinar platform. The meeting link for Zoom is included on the agenda posted on the town website. You may also watch the meeting on Comcast Channel 9, Verizon Channel 47, or on PAC TV's website. Instructions for that are also included on our agenda. Members of the public who wish to contribute during public comment during that section of our agenda may do so by either joining us in person here at Town Hall, or they may do so over the Zoom webinar platform. We will be monitoring the Zoom for folks that wish to contribute during the public comment section, so please do make sure when we reach that section, if you are over Zoom, that you raise your digital hand or otherwise draw our attention so you can be recognized and heard. With that in mind, I will turn it over to first the chair of the school committee to open the meeting.
All right. I call to order the January 16, 2024 meeting of the school committee.
Thank you, Mr. Pisano. And then I will turn it over to the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee to call that meeting to order.
And I call to order the meeting of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
All right, thank you. All three meetings are open and in session. That brings us into our agenda. We are going to take one item slightly out of order. It was listed in a different order on our original posted agenda, and I believe some individuals may have been relying upon that. That would be the update on the Woodlot / Boston South development. And I believe we are joined by County Commissioner Jared Valenzola to give us a presentation in regards to this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the board, I am also joined by Treasurer Tom O'Brien and Frank Basler, our administrator. We will be brief this evening, although we will take as much time as you like, but I can tell you have a long agenda and I know you have a lot of work to do. So as you may recall, just by way of quick background, in 2022, the beginning of 2022, the County of Plymouth put out a request for proposals, an RFP, to solicit a potential developer for the county woodlot. We had one prospective applicant respond. We deemed them to be a responsible response, and we entered into an agreement with them. Of course, part of that agreement did include horse racing. Over the last couple of years, Boston South Development has been engaging in considerable amount of due diligence, and they have pivoted away from horse racing. So I want everybody here to hear that again. Horse racing is now off the table at the county woodlot. With the changing economics and given the partnership that we have developed with Boston South, we are pleased that we are still able to work with them to potentially bring a fantastic project that the town of Plymouth will certainly benefit from. We are working on an extension with them of 99 years from the original 70 years that was in the original lease. Again, there will be no horse track. And the last asset we have is that Boston South be treated just like any other developer that would come to the town of Plymouth. They will be engaging your boards and committees as is necessary. They are looking at potential recreational uses still as well, potentially golf, hotels, and other infrastructure. But again, as we've stressed, we are still very much in their due diligence phase, and they're still continuing to flesh out a good project that would be beneficial, obviously, to the county, but as well to the town and to themselves. So we wanted to offer that update. We wanted to open this dialogue. We're really pleased to be here this evening. I'm happy to take any questions if you or any board members have any, but we want to have this dialogue going between the county and the town, and as well as the developers as they begin to do their work on the woodlot. But again, I want folks at home and folks that are here to understand they have taken into account the commentary about the horse track, and that has been taken off the table. They will continue to do their work and due diligence because we pride ourselves on being partners with our communities, of course, Plymouth being a very important one.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the Select Board? Mr. Bletzer.
Jared, thank you for coming. Thank you, Tom and Frank. Obviously, we're glad to hear from the horse's mouth now that there's no horse track. We as a board knew it wasn't going to happen, but the public still, there's a lot of controversy, let's put it this way, over that. And I'm glad we're finally putting this to bed. With that being said, the other problem we had with that is the roads over there. So either you or Boston South have plans to get the roads fixed over there at Long Pond and that exit, because that's a real big issue.
So I know, and I know, Mr. Bletzer, you're aware that when developers come in, a lot of times there's mitigation. They are going to engage traffic studies. They are going to engage the full breadth and scope of work that will be necessary, not only to conduct and carry out a project on the woodlot, but bring the necessary infrastructure in place to make sure that that project is a success. And we have had those conversations. I think it's important to note the county of Plymouth itself does not have the resources to mitigate any potential traffic matters or any type of infrastructure matters that are present on Long Pond Road and in that area. But we have communicated, and I also want to compliment Mr. Brindisi, has had great conversations, I know, with Frank as well, maintaining that relationship. But we have communicated to the developers that we're working with that infrastructure, specifically Long Pond Road, is going to be something that they will have to look into. They obviously will do that, and hopefully they'll be able to find the means to mitigate whatever needs to be done there to make their project a success, because ultimately they're aware if they could build the greatest thing in the world, if nobody can get there, then it's not going to succeed. So we have communicated that to them, and we'll make sure to continue to reinforce that.
So thank you, but I can just tell you that when I ran to become a selectman, economic development was one of my goals. And that's why I voted to approve to let them do their due diligence to find what they can or cannot do on that property. And if it's the right proposal, I'm going to be your biggest fan, because if you can bring some economic development, something that's going to bring revenue into the town, you'll be heroes. And I'll tell you, as a select board member, I'll welcome you, because we need revenue to pay for instance, we got teachers here that need to get a raise. We don't have the money. So we don't have the money. We need to get more revenues to help our employees. That's just one example of why we need this economic development. So your timing was pretty good tonight. But please come back quickly.
We're usually good like that, aren't we?
Please come back quickly with something, a proposal that the whole town can embrace and welcome. And, I hope you do that soon. I really do. So.
Yeah, I can tell you we're excited to work with them. I think there were, as the horse got out of the barn, another horse pun for you. I think that a lot of things got taken out of context, right? I had maintained in conversations I've had with you over these last couple of years, Charlie and others, to let them have an opportunity to do their due diligence there and figure it out. Certainly horse racing was something that was on the table. They took that off the table. That was deemed not to be economically viable at that site right now, so they've pulled that off. What I've appreciated about our partnership with them, and I know that the town of Plymouth is going to appreciate as they begin to go through their process through the relevant boards and departments within your building here, within Town Hall, is their collaborative approach, their understanding of what the community needs. They are dedicated to that. They're committed to that, hence why horse racing has been taken off the table. They're committed to being good partners of the town of Plymouth. Obviously, we work with them at the county. We're the facilitators of the land, frankly. We're just, I don't want to say we're a go-between. We certainly play a role. We negotiated a deal with them, but When they go through that process, we're optimistic, and we're assured that the town will treat them like any other developer looking to do business. What I've seen, again, it's rough schematics, and we don't want to, put the cart before their horse, but there's a lot of great opportunities there. Not a lot of heavy impact, not something like a horse track to start with. It's going to scale up, though, and they're looking at those opportunities. They have some that are on the forefront that you could be hearing about within the next 6 months.
Mr. Mahoney, any questions, comments, or horse-related puns you'd like to add?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone. My apologies for being out of the state tonight. And I do have a horse-related pun for the county commissioner. One of my greatest concerns, and just echoing my colleague, Mr. Bletzer, I appreciate the clarity on there'll be no horse racing moving forward. And I'm fully on board with quote-unquote economic development that results in sustainable long-term jobs. But I just want to make sure that we understand that the option of 40B shouldn't be misconstrued as economic development. So as part of this agreement, do we also have a guarantee that the horse that represents 40B will never leave the stall and never leave the barn?
Well, Mr. Mahoney, the only guarantee in life is death and taxes, unfortunately. I can tell you that the conversation that we have had with them, we have, as the county, expressed no interest in housing on that property. I would be able to tell you at this very moment that the rough draft schematics that they have put together does not include any housing whatsoever. So what has been presented to us as an update from the horse track does not include any housing whatsoever. Down the road, should there be, because it is zoned for housing, a need to create a live, work, play environment where there is some housing, that is a possibility. It would not be 40B. I do not anticipate it being 40B. But again, the developer will do their due diligence with your department heads within Town Hall. But right now, as we presently stand here today, there is no plan for housing on that property.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So just to follow up to that with the county commissioner, and obviously it goes without saying, my favorite county treasurer in the entire Commonwealth, it would be best if there was a written guarantee as part of this arrangement, this document, unless it's in writing and vetted by attorneys. Okay, this community, I would hate to see it open and exposed to one of the worst pieces of legislation to come out of Beacon Hill post-World War II. That's all I have to say on that matter.
Care to respond?
Yeah, I mean, again, through you, Mr. Chairman, right now I have expressed, and we have expressed through our dealings with Boston South a desire to not have housing on that parcel. The present layout and plan that was presented to us at our last meeting does not include any housing. I would hazard a guess that there will be no housing. But again, they will have to go through your boards, your departments. The county is a willing partner with them. We have expressed, again, the concerns of the community at large relative to horse racing. And for you, Mr. Mahoney, we will be sure to express the desire for no 40B housing on that property as well.
Anything further, Mr. Mahoney?
Yeah, one more thing, Mr. Chairman. That's all wonderful, except when you reference the fact that they have to take everything to our local boards, 40B circumvents local bylaws. The permitting process might be a little longer. It goes through the state. And because we don't meet the 10%, they can put whatever they wanted on that land. Currently, those constitutional rights, is a term we talk about all the time, reside with 3 elected officials county-wide. You control that. If I was one of your 3, I would demand that 40B would not be an option. And then that way, the town people the 65,000 taxpayers of the community of Plymouth, Massachusetts would know that the three of you are doing your job.
We will certainly convey those thoughts, and again, if housing, first, to be frank, it's, most of the property is zoned for housing to begin with. If the county was interested in doing housing, we could do it by right. I have a planning board background. We have expressed and will continue to express the desire to have no 40B on that property. We will continue to allow them to do their due diligence, and I will tell you that, again, the project that they have presented to us now, which includes a mixed use with hotels, golf, high-end restaurants, does not include housing now, and the conversations we have had with them does not include housing in the future. So I will continue to maintain that position. That's a position we maintain from the beginning, and again, frankly, if we wanted to do housing there, we could have done it by right. We could have done an RFP that looked for someone to develop that housing, and there would not have been too much say that the town would have had, because it's currently zoned for that. So I will continue, Mr. Mahoney, to carry that banner. I am not a fan of 40B myself. I have a record that proves that, and I will continue to maintain that position as a commissioner, working with Boston South, and again, encourage your department heads and your community to do the same. But I would say with the prospect of 40B, again, that's why we ask that we work with them in the present framework that you have. If they're able to put the pieces in place on that property that they want to, the expression I used to use when I was on the planning board in Rockland is the easiest way to prevent a 40B development from going there is to have something else built there in its way. So again, they have no prospect for 40B or housing on that property right now, and will continue to maintain the position that we don't anticipate or desire housing to be on that property.
Thank you. Mr. Hill.
Thank you for finally letting the people of Plymouth know that they don't have to worry about a racetrack anymore. Question for you. Do you plan to contribute any tax revenue or property tax revenue to the town of Plymouth? Because as far as I know, you're the county entity, you're a sub-governmental group in the state, and you don't have to pay property taxes.
Correct. I would probably defer to my subject matter experts on that. I am not sure, to be honest with you. I think we can get you an answer on that, Mr. Hill.
Well, I think it's an important answer, because without property taxes, without tax revenue, or without it thankfully ill-fated racetrack, you were going to give X number of millions of dollars a year to every town, including Plymouth. And it had been mentioned that if the racetrack were to occur, as we approached, we could negotiate with you for additional funding. Without property tax revenue, we get very little tax revenue. A question for Lynn Barrett. Knowing what you do about our tax laws, are there any taxes other than the meal taxes, which go to pay for this building and only this building? Are there any other that we would be able to collect? Any personal property, anything?
Yeah, I mean, whatever business or restaurant or development that goes there, the county has a lease with that company, so they'd be getting lease revenue, but the town would be able to collect taxes from
What kind of taxes?
real estate tax,
We can
personal
collect
property
real estate
taxes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Even though the owner of the land is the county?
Yeah, because the land is being leased by a business, so it's not county use, so to speak.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Bledsoe.
Just one last thing, it's really just a comment. I think we're putting the horse before the cart. Okay, another pun. Let's get a proposal before us, okay? And then we can ask a lot of these questions that we're asking tonight. But let's get a good proposal in front of us, and then we'll go from there. You get the feel tonight what the board's looking for. But, bring us a proposal, and then we'll ask all these questions. Right now, I think it's it's not worth it right now because we don't know what's in front of us.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Bletzer, and if there's no more, Mr. Chairman, I will just end with, on behalf of the county, Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Hanley, we'll come every meeting if you want. We will discuss this. We are willing and able partners. We want to keep this dialogue open. Mr. Helm, we will research that answer for you, and we will get back to you on that. But Charlie, Mr. Bletzer, you just said it perfectly. They are going to come before you, and they are going to do their process and due diligence just like any other developer in town. This is, as far as I'm concerned, the first of what could potentially be many meetings going forward as we discuss this. I pride myself on transparency, on being available. My phone number is readily available for you folks. I call people back. Folks that called about the horse track were surprised I was calling them back. But, I pride myself on that level of service for the constituents of the town of Plymouth and Plymouth County. So this is a first night of what I anticipate will probably be several meetings going forward with you folks to continue to discuss this. But we are committed to a great project that will bring people to Plymouth, keep people in Plymouth, and serve as that economic engine that I know you folks are looking for. And we will take these comments as we have the comments that we've spoken about over these last year and a half, almost 2 years now, relative to the horse track, former horse track now. We will continue to keep the dialogue open with our developers so that they understand what the town wants, and they are able to craft a proposal and a project that is great for everyone.
Thank you. I see no more questions from the Select Board.
If I could, just to clarify that question, only because we did get a legal opinion from town council regarding the question about whether or not we can tax the improvements to that property, and the answer is yes. The leasing would be taxable under General Law, Chapter 59, Section 2B. So yes, we would be able to tax whatever the improvements are made on that property.
Thank you, Mr. Brindisi. Seeing no more questions from the Select Board, any questions from any members of the school committee? Seeing none, any questions from any members of the Advisory and Finance Committee? Seeing none, and Ginny, none online. All right, you're off the hook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Have
you.
a good rest of your meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And now for a horse of a different color. That would bring us into our licenses and administrative notes. First, we have licenses. We have one particular license this evening. Do we have any questions from members of the Select Board in regards to this license, or any motions anyone would care to make? Mr. Helm, would you care to make a motion that we approve the proposed license?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed license.
Thank you. Mr. Bletzer, would you care to second?
Yes, second.
Has been moved, it has been seconded. Any discussion from members of the Select Board as to whether or not we should approve the proposed license? Hearing and seeing none, I will call through the vote alphabetically through the roll. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. That brings us into administrative notes. We are going to take some of the administrative notes now, and then we will circle back to some of the others after some other items on our agenda have been gone through. First, we will take up, I would propose we take up, unless the board has different preferences, admin notes 1 and 2, as well as 10 through 17 as one item. If there are any questions from members of the board on administrative notes 1 through 2 and 10 through 17, now would be the time to ask those questions, or if anyone wishes to further divide those particular notes.
No, I'll make a motion to approve those notes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
I will second.
Mr. Helm has seconded Mr. Bletzer's motion that we approve admin notes 1 through 2 and 10 through 17 as a group. Any discussion from members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, alphabetically through the roll, Mr. Bletzer.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. We will move forward into the agenda proper. At this time, we will come back to the administrative notes at a later time. That will bring us, we've already taken care of the Woodlot and Boston South. That brings us into tonight's feature presentation, the FY25 budget presentation by Mr. Brindisi.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Before I begin, we have 6 or 7 chairs out front. If folks want to sit here, it's going to be a long night, so you good? You all set? Okay. All right. So this presentation, once we get it fired up, is the presentation on the FY25 budget proposal that I recommended to the Select Board on January 2nd, and which was subsequently adopted by the board on January 9th. So I'm going to begin and end with the same slide. So what does this budget do? This budget achieves the town's goals and priorities. So for those of you in the room, each and every year, the Select Board goes through a goal-setting process. And this past August, we set our FY24 goals, and many of the goals, I'll talk about a few of them later on in tonight's presentation, but we put resources, substantial resources behind those goals and priorities. This budget also fully funds the school department's operational needs and requests. So you'll hear further on in this presentation, the school department requested for the operating budget $5.2 million. We matched that and supported that request at $5.2 million. This budget also sets aside $1.5 million in roads. We hear many concerns from our residents that we have to do better. We need to look at our streets and sidewalks and invest in those. So again, $1.5 million set aside towards roads. This budget sets aside $500,000 in facilities. So as you know, for those folks who have lived here the past 5 years, there was lots of media attention around the degrading facilities on the town side. So because of that, we are reacting and investing an additional $500,000 in the facilities stabilization account to help shore up our facilities. In addition to that, most recently, the Select Board executed a pilot agreement with Holtec. Part of that agreement gives the town approximately 270 days to acquire parcels of land of the 1,500 acres Holtec currently holds in its possession. This budget sets aside $500,000 to put into the nuclear stabilization account for future land acquisition. At the October town meeting, our chairman, Selectman Quintal, talked a lot about impending retirements, especially at the administrative level. This budget sets aside and starts to invest in succession planning for those individuals who will be retiring soon. We also set aside in this budget $3.6 million for collective bargaining. So all 8 collective bargaining agreements will be renegotiated starting this spring, and we set aside $3.6 million for collective bargaining in this budget. In addition to that, we have a goal, and it's actually a recommendation by DLS, that our general stabilization account equates to 5% of the annual operating budget. So we are below that benchmark, and so we have in our financial plan to achieve that 5% benchmark over the course of the next 5 years. So we set aside additional dollars in order to meet that goal. So here's the budget. You can see in the far right-hand corner, this is just the year-over-year increase. So on the town side, the town's budget went up approximately $2.7 million, which equates to about 4.37%. On the school side, as I mentioned, the school's budget went up approximately $5.2 million, which equates to 4.62%, just a little bit north of what the town's year-over-year increase was. We set aside, as I mentioned before, in our fixed costs, which also includes salary reserve, $3.6 million. Again, $3.6 million is set aside in our fixed costs for collective bargaining negotiation. Debt service rose by almost 13%, a little north of $2 million, for a total general fund budget increase of $13.2 million, or almost 5%. I won't bore you with some of the below, but that's the enterprise accounts. Those are all net zero, for the most part, enterprise accounts. And so we have a total increase of a little more than $14 million. So you'll see some of these slides over and over, but these are just how our revenues are made up. So you can see very quickly here that 72% of all of our revenues come from property taxes. Approximately 12% comes from state aid, 7% comes from local receipts, 7% from our enterprise accounts, and then other available sources, about 2%. So I'll talk a little bit about excess levy capacity, Prop 2.5, as we go forward, but you'll learn very quickly that the vast majority of our revenues are paid by those residents that live here in town and own property. So these are our budget drivers. I think many of you are here for your salaries, but approximately 50% of the total budget for the town is just salaries alone. So that's a fixed cost for the most part. Fringe benefits represents 22% of the budget, debt service 8%, and then that 23% is really, when you really think about making changes to the budget, it's really in that very small 23% of how we can shape the budget. So this is just a breakdown even further of total expenses. You can see the town represents approximately 39% of the total budget, and the school represents approximately 61% of the total budget. And then there's a further breakdown on the left part of the side of how those dollars are broken down, school versus town. So this is an important slide. So this is a side-by-side comparison of the increases, that's on the right, so our expenditures, and the new revenues we're able to bring in. So we can spend all day talking about a $300 million budget, but a lot of that money has already been spent in previous years. So the focus really is the new revenues that come in year over year and the new expenses that the town and the school have year over year. And so you can see, let's see if this pointer works. Maybe not. There we go. So you can see Prop 2.5. So under Proposition 2.5, every city and town in Massachusetts is allowed to increase property taxes by no more than 2.5%. So based upon last year's budget, general budget, we were able to bring those revenues of $5.4 million. Every year we budget approximately $3 million in new growth. So new growth is all new improvements made to properties or all new construction that's been added during the course of the previous year. I have a slide on new growth. I talk a little bit about the new growth trends over the past 10 years. But every year, our finance director, Ms. Barrett, who's with us this evening, budgets conservatively at $3 million. So that's an additional source of revenue. I'm going to skip excess levy capacity just for a minute here. Local receipts, so those are our permits. We bring in for excise taxes, building permits, fire prevention permits, so on and so forth. That's about $1.1 million. Indirect costs, $288,000. And then enterprise revenues, again, it's part of our revenues, but again, it's a net zero proposition when it comes to enterprise expenses. But then you go to the right. So these are our expenses for this FY25. On the town side, as I mentioned, it is 2.7. On the school side, it's 5.2. When you look at Prop 2.5, remember, we can't go above this 2.5%. It's not allowed by law. The school department budget alone almost represents, it's 5.2 million. The 2.5% increase is 5.4. So the school department's growth is almost consuming the entire 2.5% increase. The fixed costs are $3.1 million, as I mentioned earlier, debt service, and I've already gone down these numbers before. In order to balance this bottom line, so this is our expenses for this year, this $17 million, we needed to go here, this excess levy capacity. We need to raise an additional $6.7 million this year in order to balance this budget. $6.7 million. I don't think the town has ever raised $6.7 million to balance a budget. Last year, I think we raised $2.8 million to balance last year's budget of excess capacity. I'll talk about what excess capacity is in a few minutes. So, before we get to some of the trends, One thing we do know is I'm expecting to be in the presence of the governor this coming Friday morning, where we're hoping she will present at the Mass Municipal Conference the FY25 state budget. So at that point, we'll get a better sense of what our state aid will be. I'll go back one slide. One thing I didn't mention under state aid right here, we left it at 0. Not because we're not getting any money from them, but we didn't add any, this is new revenues, so we didn't add any new revenues here because we're not sure what state aid is going to be yet. So if we do get state aid, when we do get additional state aid, what we are proposing, and that could be an additional $1 million, could be an additional $2 million, could be an additional $3 million. We're not just sure yet. But what we are proposing is to go by the same percentage breakdown of the budget, 39% on the town side, 61% on the school side, and break it down accordingly. You know, so under this scenario, if we get an extra $1 million in net state aid, $390 goes to the town, $780 goes to the school. $390 to the town, $610 to the school. If we get an extra $2 million, $780 to the town, $1.2 to the school, based upon the existing breakdown of the budget. So again, I'm hoping to hear by the end of this week what any new net state aid will be to the town. So just here's some trends. So new growth, as I mentioned earlier, the town typically budgets at $3 million. Last year we budgeted $3 million, and it came at $5.3 million, which meant we had an additional $2.3 million of new growth. Typically, the town takes any excess new growth and then reverts that into excess levy capacity. It doesn't raise it, although we have the legal right to raise all $5.3 million. Last year, we only raised $3 and transferred about $2.8 million over to the excess levy capacity. And so you'll see the new growth trends: 5.3 this past year, 5.3 the year before. It looks like it dipped down to about $4 million the year before that. But what we're starting to see is that the building construction is starting to slow down. Not as many permits are being pulled. Not as many homes are being sold. Again, we're going to go very conservative and estimate $3 million in FY25 of new growth. We're hoping that it's certainly north of $3 million. Could be 4.5, could be 5. But honestly, we think it's be somewhere closer in the $4 million range, if anything. So again, trying to stay conservative on new growth trends. So this is the excess levy capacity. So excess levy capacity is money that hasn't been raised. So the town could have raised this money over the course of time and chose not to raise it, maybe because at some point the revenues were outpacing the expenses. And so what you'd see this past year, we had $8.7 million in excess capacity. There's $8.7 million that was not raised. That's taxes saved to all the homeowners here in town. The year before that was about $9 million of excess capacity that was not raised. Taxes saved to the homeowners. The year before that was $10 million of excess capacity is not being raised. Again, money going back to the taxpayers. This year, what we are suggesting in order to balance this year's budget is that we're at 8.7 today. If we come out of town meeting based upon the proposed budget, we will have $2 million remaining of excess capacity, which means what we're proposing to do is raise 2.5%, 5.4, and then we're going to raise another $3 million, and then we're going to raise this 6.7 here. So that's a substantial amount of money that needs to be raised and appropriated in order to balance this year's budget. So I'm not going to read all these slides to you. These are the various goals I mentioned on slide 1. Some of the things that the board has identified as priorities of this community: creating a crime analysis unit for our police department, expanding the mental health clinician program. I think last year alone we had 362 calls for service just for mental health alone. That's from the police department. So we have recognized a need to expand that program. We want to expand the drug recognition program as well. Some things on just in protecting the environment. We recently created a Department of Energy and the Environment, expanding the electrical vehicle fleet and its footprint, working with the Water Conservation Committee on water and sewer rates, so on and so forth. Some of our long-term financial planning, I already mentioned, adding $500,000 to the nuclear mitigation fund, adding $500,000 to facility maintenance stabilization fund, using additional dollars from what is now known as the state millionaires surtax, which is approximately $800,000, will go towards roads as well. This year, we're proposing to hire the town's first communications manager and some other tools such as agenda management and online billing. So I'll skip the remaining slides as far as some of the priorities, and I'm going to end with, so what does this budget do? Just to reiterate, as teachers, you know, the more often we say things, the more people learn. So we strive to achieve the town's goals and priorities. We fully fund the school department's request of $5.2 million. We invested $1.5 million in roads, $500,000 in Holtec, $500,000 in facilities, long-term succession planning, $3.6 million in collective bargaining, and again, 5% towards the annual operating budget. So that's a lot of money, but we're achieving a lot in this year's FY25 budget. So moving forward, as I mentioned earlier, we are expecting to begin negotiations with the unions starting this spring. We have that set aside for salary reserve. We would expect, based upon new net state aid, that those additional dollars that come from state aid would go into salary reserve to help bolster the $3.6 million already set aside for collective bargaining negotiations. And so today is the January 16th tri-board meeting. So I'll end my comments there. Happy to answer any questions from any one of the board or committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brindisi. Any questions from any members of the Select Board to start with? We have seen this presentation before, so that doesn't surprise me. Any questions from any members of the school committee at this time for Mr. Brindisi and his presentation? Any questions from any members of the Advisory and Finance Committee at this time? Mr. Lawler? Microphone.
Yes, I have a question. Can you bring up the fringe benefits slide? It was a pie chart. Thank you. 22% fringe benefits. That 22% number, what percentage of that number incorporates the school's employees on the school fringe?
That's 100%, right? Lynn?
The slide that shows the two, this one takes the fringe benefit. This slide right here takes the previous pie chart and it breaks it down into, breaks down the total for town and school, and then the fringe benefits for each town and school is in that, that tower. So I think the fringe benefits are on the top of each bar.
I can't see it very well.
One for school and one for town.
So the 178 includes the fringe benefit on the
Of the 61, of this pie, this 61% you see on the left side of this pie chart includes fringe benefits. I think, Lynn, what Mr. Lawler is asking is, on this pie chart, this 22% represents both schools and town fringe benefits.
That's correct.
So 22% of the overall $293 million budget, 22% of that is just fringe benefits alone.
So the base on the school is 120. That's the requested. Is 120 million. And then the
Next slide, next slide, please. So the total is 178 from the school side?
That's right. That was our budget recommendation,
Yeah, the
yes.
178 includes all costs in the general fund budget associated with schools and/or education. So, for example, it includes charter school assessment. It includes anything to do with school or education. Of the general fund budget, that's how it's broken down. Includes debt service for the school, everything.
So essentially, if I wanted to appropriately take the 178 and divide it by 7,200 students, and I get a number for a cost per student. Is that okay to do?
I mean, you can do
Simple
whatever
math.
you want. I mean, it'll come up to a number, yeah. But I mean, it's not, for example, the number that, DESE comes out with a cost per student, and it's based on a formula that includes a lot of these costs, but the number that you come up with may be very different than that number. I guess it all depends on what you're going to use it for.
And you're essentially giving the school what they want for their budget number.
Right, so the original budget, the original budget meeting we had was 6.4 million. We had originally had offered to the school department $6.4 million. We were setting aside of that 6.4, $3 million for collective bargaining, and then suggesting that the $3.4 million was what we were expecting the schools to balance their budget sheet for new expenses. And that was based upon the new revenues, right? So we have to live within our means. That $3 million came from the health insurance savings of the PEC agreement. The $3.4 million came from the new revenues, as I pointed out earlier, not including excess capacity. So the 2.5% override, the 2.5% prop increase, and the $3 million of new growth. We broke that down accordingly by percentage and came up with $3.4 million. The school superintendent and staff came back and said that obviously wasn't enough money, $3.4 million, so they needed $5.2 million to manage their operating expense. So again, recognizing that layoffs would have been something they would have to deal with, we agreed, we acquiesced to that $5.2 million request, and that was part of our budget recommendation to the select board 2 weeks ago.
Okay, because I saw that jump. I saw the jump from 6.4 to the 5.8. I saw that, and I understand that.
Further questions, Mr. Long?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Neerman?
Where is the new growth of $3 million coming from?
That's all new construction and improvements made to real estate properties.
So if the state aid falls well short, I'm sure you have a contingency plan. What would that
Well
be?
short of what?
Of your expectation of $1 million, $2 million?
So right now, we budgeted no increase to state aid. So right now, the only thing we budgeted in the proposed budget recommendation is what was given to the town last year as far as state aid. So any new dollars above what they gave us last year would be redirected to what we're proposing, redirect that towards salary reserve for collective bargaining negotiations.
Okay. And for my education and maybe others in this room, how does Prop 2.5 work? And how does that affect the taxpayers of the town?
So I'll give you the short answer, but Lynn can give you the more detailed answer. So basically, we're allowed to increase taxes from the previous year by 2.5%. And so this past year, that number represents $5.4 million in new taxes to the residential taxpayer, and commercial as well, not just residential.
And will the increase, and I assume there are going to be increases in assessments year over year, how is that also, along with the 2.5%, going to impact the taxpayers?
Do you want to answer that question then?
Yeah, so the way Prop 2.5 works is they look at your levy limit, which is the amount that you can raise in property tax revenue in any one particular year. So it's a formula. So they take your previous year's levy limit, then you add on to that the 2.5%, so you multiply 2.5% to that previous year. Then you add on what you expect your new growth to be. So the expectation is that we will generate at least $3 million in new growth based on our historical experience. So that, adding those two numbers, then you get what's called your new levy limit. So it's the property taxes that you can raise, that you can charge people. Added to that is our debt exclusion. So we have a debt exclusion for 3 buildings, 2 high schools and the senior center. We're paying that principal and interest on that every year. So we add on to that levy limit the 6.7 because the voters voted at a ballot to exclude that from the levy. So then you add that on top. So we get down to what's called our maximum allowable levy limit. So the maximum that we can charge or raise in property taxes is $232.8 million. Now that is $2 million more than what we are recommending to raise, because we are leaving $2 million in excess levy capacity. So we are recommending to raise for this budget $230.8 million.
Okay, and that will be an impact on the taxpayers?
It'll be an impact on the taxpayers, and basically what that is, it's about a 6.9% increase in property tax revenue over the previous year. And then depending on how your value shakes out next year, you might have a value that doesn't change, you might have a value that increases, you might have a value that decreases. And then depending on all the other values that are added, in town. So you can't really say exactly what each taxpayer's, tax bill is going to go up in particular, because we don't know what the values are.
Right, understood. But it is, historically in this town, is 6.9% average, above average, below average?
So the average increase in property taxes over, let's see,
5.5.
the average increase over the last 10 years has been 5%. That's been the average.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Pisano?
Yeah, maybe more of a clarification. With all due respect to Mr. Brindisi's presentation, I take big issue with the statement that the budget meets the school department's needs or request. It meets what the schools were told was available, which is fair, but it is not what the schools requested. It is not what the school board has voted on. And so to you, Ms. Ola, I would unequivocally say the answer is no. Just because it's in his presentation does not mean it meets our needs. It's not what we asked for, and we have not agreed with it.
Mr. Brindisi, would you care to respond?
Yeah,
I understand what's being presented, completely appreciate Ms. Barrett's description of things. Obviously, we have to figure out something that works for the town. But I do think it's important to state that, like I said, it is not what we're saying we need. We have not even voted on a budget. So for anyone to characterize what's in there to say that's what the school department needs is just wrong.
Yeah, so I guess I would counter with giving the schools their left and right limits of how many was it, $6.4 million, and 3.4 was supposed to be the operating budget, and they counter with 5.2 without any layoffs, and not ever stating that it needed to be the full 6.4 or anything north of 6.4. One can only assume it's what the school department needed. If you didn't ask for more, then why would we know you needed more?
It's what we need to keep things absolutely level, but I don't think anybody out sitting out in the room expects a 0% raise or, whatever's, built in there for.
And there's
normal
$3.6 million in a set aside. There's $3.6 million set aside for collective bargaining. That's set aside in the salary reserve, as I pointed out.
I think we know
multiple
that's not,
occasions.
and I think we know that's not sufficient, nor is it built into our budget right now. So again, I don't know what the answer is here, but I just want to make it clear, it is not what the school committee has recommended or asked for.
Well, it's clear to me that the revenues are the revenues, and our collective expenses are outpacing our revenues. And so we need to come together as a community to decide how we're going to spend the very limited revenues that we have year over year. Because if we don't figure that out very soon, we'll be going to the ballot asking for an override. This community has never seen an override. People have talked about an override in this community. This community has never seen an override, ever. Most communities are seeing overrides every 3 to 5 years. So I think everybody in this room needs to have that conversation. Do we want to go for an override in the next year or so? Because that's what we're facing.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's obviously, we need to come together and figure this out. I'm personally not opposed to an override. Like you said, most communities have gone through it multiple times. We never do, so I think we've been privileged in that. So if we can't figure out a way within the existing, tax revenues, I think that has to be on the table. But
Mr. Brindisi, before I open it up to others, what we're proposing is increasing into excess levy by 6.7 and leaving $2 million. Why is that? Can you explain the reasoning that the town administration and the board took to leave that $2 million yet to increase to the 6.7 over prior?
So the $2 million, I mean, certainly we think that it would be irresponsible on our part to not have some type of safety valve, and this $2 million would be that safety valve, especially in a very challenging budget cycle, like a recession, for example, that we would have access to $2 million to help balance a budget. Having already raised an additional $6.7 million this year, this would be the highest tax increase I think our taxpayers certainly would have seen probably since the debt exclusion back in 2010 time period. For those reasons, we're trying to be as prudent as we can be with the existing dollars.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a meeting held on, I think, September 20th with school administration and town administration to lay out these budget guidelines. And that is when that 6.4 figure was laid out, with 3.4 intended for operating and 3 for collective bargaining was the original intention for the school's appropriation.
That is correct.
What was the reaction from school administration at that time?
There weren't many questions at that meeting. It appeared to us that they accepted those budget parameters and they would come back with a balanced budget.
Would that acceptance be because the statement was okay?
Yes.
And and in the intervening time since then, has anyone from school administration or the school committee come back to request more than $6.4 million be allotted to the schools?
Not to my knowledge.
And originally that $3 million for collective bargaining, that was savings to town and schools from the PEC agreement, is that right?
That's correct. In FY24, we saved approximately $3 million. And we set aside, knowing that the schools' union negotiations would be a challenge this year, we thought it was prudent to set aside the $3 million specifically for the schools for collective bargaining. So we gave them 100% of those savings.
Despite it being savings derived from employees on both the town and school side?
That is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Bletzer, did you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. I was at the meeting last week, the school committee on Monday night, and when we talked about the budget, and I think, Mr. Paisano, you got up first, and you asked Dr. Campbell, you know, is this the budget, is this what you need? And he said the budget was the budget they need right now. And the question was, well, how are you going to collect the budget? We'll go get additional funding or amend the budget at town meeting. So my question is, everybody, and Dr. Sorensen get up, and then the board, everybody had something to say, and you were all against the budget. It wasn't enough. And it was because it wasn't going to take care of the room was filled just like this, and it wasn't going to take care of these folks. So my question is, if you've done anything, you guys are the ones that set the budget. You approve the budget. Are you working with the administration to try and to rework some of the numbers so that the employees were going to be able to go to collective bargaining and give them what they deserve? Has anybody had a conversation to try and do that?
Sorry, thank you. Maybe not. There we go. We've had several conversations. I mean, back from when we initially found out about the amount that the town had allocated to us on like how we were going to handle the budget moving forward for this year. And at that point, we all knew it wasn't going to be sufficient for what we need moving forward. It is what we need right now. It is what we need to honor the obligations that we have right now, but it doesn't honor any obligation and any need to help these teachers and staff and everybody who helps and works in our schools. But I think what would be really helpful is if Dr. Campbell could give his presentation. I think that would answer a lot of these questions. I know that we are kind of going through the town manager and having his presentation, but I think there's a lot of answers and conversations that we've had as a board with Dr. Campbell, either directly or through me, that we've had conversations to say, hey, can you add this to kind of help people understand where we are in the budget and where we could be if we're trying to help get our teachers closer to our peer towns, peer communities. So I think that would be really helpful and could answer some of these questions that you're all asking.
So another question, is retention a problem with the schools, like it is with
Yes.
the town?
Yes, and we've
Okay.
seen it increase.
I already knew the answer. So how can you let a budget be presented, not taking into account of trying to get the employees compensated?
That was
I
what
don't
we
know
had
how-
lots of discussions, and we were
Well,
explicitly.
the town manager, obviously, you needed more money, but nobody came back to the town.
I think
to
that
ask for more
I
money.
don't think that nobody didn't come back to the town. I know we've had lots of conversations about this, so I'm not sure that's an
Yeah.
accurate depiction
No
of what
disrespect,
happened.
Michelle, but every year, is it not true that you go to town meeting and you ask for more money?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it not true that every year when your budget is short, that you go to town meeting and you ask for more money? for
I
your
don't
budget?
think that's really appropriate, or like appropriately worded, I should say. I mean, we've asked for additional fundings for when we've had contracts that come up. I know that, I think the last contract we funded at the fall town meeting, I want to say. But we've come to what we needed, and we've said this is what we need, like last year with $800,000. This is what we need in our budget. But the $800,000 was put aside in a way that would help us, which was a fabulous way for us to be able to make sure that we could continue to employ our teachers. But it's not long-term. That's not long-term. It no longer stays in our budget. We had 1.9 during COVID that was removed and then given back to us. So that's, I think, what you're saying, that we've asked for additional funds. They were in our budget originally. We were asked to remove them. We did so, and town meeting thought, hey, you know what, they do need these funds, after we had advocated on behalf of what our needs truly were.
I just think in the future that you got to forecast, you got to think of the future. And when I say the future, I'm talking 6 months, not, it's coming up, this collective bargain, this is coming up in a couple of months. So
We've been talking about this since May.
So we know it's coming, but this budget doesn't take into account the way the schools are using their money, and how you're going to help the employees. So We're hoping that more money comes in, to help, but it's your jobs to make sure, because you all wanted to help the employees. That's what I saw last week. So you got to do something about it. You got to sharpen your pencils, whatever you have to do to make the numbers work.
And we have been, and that's why we're
Short of
here today.
Layoffs aren't the answer.
And I don't think any of us have even discussed layoffs. I don't think that is anything that any of us want to see.
Well, I just hope.
We want to see
I
it
just
fully
hope
funded.
that I don't see you at town meeting saying we're going to have to lay people off, we need more money. I hope that doesn't happen. So I hope we can figure out how to get these folks funded so we can get them the proper raises that they need. So,
I
thank
think
you.
we're all on the same page there. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
With all due respect, Mr. Blitzer, I feel like we have taken a hard look at the budget and we have made all the cuts that we can make, bar letting staff go in order to meet our needs. Where it's unrealistic to think that food has gone up, transportation has gone up, utilities have gone up, and yet the school needs to stay at a zero-funded budget. We did our best to do a needs-based budget, but really, we need much more than that. And it's not because we haven't sharpened our pencils or we haven't looked at it. It's because there's nothing left in the coffers to give without some special consideration.
Yes, well said. Good job.
Any other questions for members of the select board? Mr. Green, you're not a member of the select board, but I'll take the question.
Raised my hand before you asked.
That's true.
I was just hoping Mr. Brindisi could help me reconcile the $6.4 million increase that we keep talking about to the $5.2 million increase. So
Okay.
6.4 is the budget presentation that we went to back in December, I believe. And then in the slide deck, it's 5.2. Is there a significant driver of the difference?
So the 6.4, again, just to recap, was $3 million for collective bargaining, 3.4 for expenses. The school then turned that into 5.2 for expenses and 1.2 for collective bargaining. Recognizing that was their set aside of that 1.2, we moved that 1.2 into the salary reserve and add an additional 2.4 to make it a total sum of $3.6 million in salary reserve for collective bargaining.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Caban.
I was wondering if I could get an explanation, the 6.9% increase in taxes that we're looking at. What about the assessment? How does that factor into this? The assessment of individuals' houses?
It does, so the property tax revenue is going to be raised 6.9%, and then that $230 million is going to be divided up amongst all of our taxpayers who pay a real estate tax bill. And that 230 is going to be derived by whatever our tax rate ends up being and whatever your value ends up being. And both those numbers, we don't know what they are yet. So we know what we want to raise in revenue.
Right.
Okay? And then once the assessors are done doing all their updates to values, going out on inspections and looking at properties, then those values then get turned into the Department of Revenue and they get approved. That happens in November, after we've already gone to town meeting, after we've gone to our fall town meeting. So those are the two unknown numbers.
Okay, but the 6.9% is based on current assessment. Is that?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
So if the assessment of people's houses goes up, that number is not going to be 6.9%. It's actually going to be more if you looked at it versus, right?
If your
I mean, it's like
value, if your value does not change at all, if the total value of the town does not change at all, then our tax rate will increase by 89 cents.
well, I can
Okay.
tell you a sample size of one. My assessment has increased dramatically,
Sure,
okay?
yeah.
And I understand that, but to talk about, I think, where am I going? I'm going that this, I'm going,
The people on the webinar can't participate. I just had to drive here from my house in order to raise my hand and participate in this meeting, and I'm on the finance committee. So anybody that's trying to participate from the finance committee that is currently on the webinar is not able to actively participate in this meeting.
You have the seat up front. We get seats right up front.
Thank you.
Mr. Cabana, you had the floor.
yeah, so the 6.9% could actually be a higher number if the assessments go up, correct?
It all depends on the total assessments for the town and what the tax rate ends up being. And then your individual tax bill is that rate times your value.
All right, so what's the probability of the assessment?
It's most likely
not-
your taxes are going to go up.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I think that people need to be aware that this 6.9% could actually be larger. If the valuation of the town goes up.
Sure, anyone's tax bill could go up more than 6.9% based on their adjustment in their value.
Fine.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, I have one other question for our town manager. You talked about a percentage breakdown from the state allocation. I wasn't quick enough to write down the numbers, so it's like 31, 61%.
39%. So the breakdown was the budget.
Right.
It was 61% of the budget
Okay.
total is on the town side. 39% of the budget total is, 61% is on the school side, 39% is on the town side.
How did you come up with those percentages?
It's breaking down the costs associated to the schools and the costs associated to the town.
That's the
Okay, but
existing breakdown of the total combined budget.
Okay, so is it based on needs or?
It's based upon the budget presentation of $293 million.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Shaw?
I just want to speak on the prior point, which I tried to from my Zoom platform. But I just want to know what benefit the town has by infighting with the schools regarding their budget, because I think that that does absolutely nothing for our community. So I want to know what benefit the town manager has for conducting any type of opinion or anything prior to the superintendent giving his budget presentation. I want to know what benefit that has to the townspeople for the town manager to come out here and start blaming the school committee for their budget. Tell me how that serves the town.
So I don't know what the blame is. I'd love for you to point out an example where there was a blame game taking place, but it was.
Commented on their budget prior to them voting on it. That was the blame.
There was no blame. There was no blame. It was
Ms. Shaw, if you could
the
ask the
budget
questions,
presentation were facts. They were numbers. How you interpret those numbers is up to you. But those were facts. The budget was submitted to the finance director. We submitted our budget recommendation based upon numbers that were submitted to us by the school superintendent. So there's no blame. If you're taking it that way, that's on you. And as a finance committee member, I would think that you would be asking questions about finances and not about blaming one person or another.
So to further respond to the question, so there was conversations at the beginning of this process back in September about what the budget guidelines at that time, as they existed at that time, would be. There was a $6.4 million allotment that was presented to the schools, and this is the first that we're hearing on the town side, that the number is insufficient despite the passage of 4 months. You have a further question?
How was I supposed to ask questions about finances when I was unable to participate in the meeting?
You're here now.
I will assume that question is rhetorical. We will work on the Zoom issue. I know that Ginny went to the PAC TV office to check that the Zoom webinar is functioning correctly, and we will monitor for any further questions that happen on the Zoom. Any other questions from anyone? Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's almost like following the bouncing ball. So in A&F, our job is to receive numbers, look at numbers, analyze them, take a broad swipe as to what's being presented to us. So we were presented a cost center account detail form of the 2025 operating budget. And it's like the chart of accounts. And within 3 lines, contract negotiations, it added up to $1.2 million. That was presented to us. First swipe. And I'm sure that it was presented to the town also. Here it is in black and white. Next thing I know, the town takes upon consideration from the schools and changes gives an additional $6.4 million, which of that 6.4, instead of 1.2 under those 3 numbers, ups it to $3 million. Okay, and then step 3 jumps the budget up to 5.8. It's following the magic ball. You know, the town is trying to follow what the school doesn't have a clear, concise number. And that's the way that I look at it in A&F. My bottom line is I think that the town should be strike that. The schools should be more precise as to what they really need and address that to the town. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lawler. Ms. Shaw.
Can I ask that the superintendent answer that question about why the budget increased instead of the town manager, please? Thank you.
Repeat the question, and I'm happy to do the presentation to kind of go through all of this. I think there's a lot of questions being asked that I can provide clarity to.
We'll do that once we're completed with this.
Sure. So I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It's not a question. It's a statement.
Oh, okay.
I think that it would probably be very relevant right now if you would give your presentation so that we can all understand it.
I agree.
So before we launch into that, do we have any other questions on the Zoom webinar? If not, I have some remarks before we move forward. No questions? Okay. All right. So before we move forward, while we're still on the town's side of the budget, Mr. Neiman, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I just, for the record, would like to know year over year, what is the enrollment number of students year over year?
Between 7,200 and 7,300. We actually went through a redistricting exercise a few years ago, got some projections from a company that we worked with, and they anticipate that our numbers in the next few years will be where they were back in 2017, up approximately 500. So, which is understandable given some of the new developments that we've seen. But we're around approximately 7,300.
Versus the previous budget cycle. Are we up? Are we down?
We'll get you an exact number. think in terms of the number, it's whether we're up or down, it's a negligible increase or decrease, considering we have 14 campuses, pre-K to 12. So even if we're down 50 students, for example, when you spread that over multiple grade levels, it's really negligible, and you can't see any savings in terms of staffing, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your comments are.
Thank you. So just to, before we move past the town's budget and into the school's formal presentation at the joint meeting, just wanted to highlight a few issues related to the town side of the budget. And specifically what the budget does. We talked earlier in the town manager's portion of the presentation about, it funds goals, it meets the needs of the community, it plans for some financial planning as well as logistical and operational planning and other things. But it also funds our day-to-day activities, and those day-to-day activities are obviously of significant importance to folks throughout the community. So I just wanted to highlight a few, not every town department and division, because we'd be up here for quite some time, but there are, just to put some concrete figures before you in terms of what's going on the town side. In regards to our police department, Plymouth's finest, calendar year 2023, they responded to 40,729 calls. That included 4,018 reported criminal offenses or alleged criminal offenses, depending on your perspective, 969 of which were felonies. They made 659 arrests. They responded to 1,452 motor vehicle crashes. They issued 4,152 citations for motor vehicles infractions, 3,311 of which were written warnings, so no fine, just an educational opportunity for someone that didn't retain all the information from driver's ed that they should have. And then I wanted to highlight this one in particular. We have the co-response clinician program. They responded to 359 mental health calls and performed mental health evaluations on them in the last calendar year. Obviously, 359, that means that they've responded to a call almost every day. Currently, there's 2 clinicians. We're looking to increase that to 3 clinicians because there's obviously a demonstrated need. You're seeing positive numbers on police departments' use of force figures as well, and the police have self-described that as partially being attributed to the increased presence of these clinicians and the knock-on effects of having that within the department. They've also responded to 110 medical overdoses, 114 of which were fatal. Responded to 262 incidents, 14 were fatal. I mistyped that. Obviously, not more people died than had overdoses. 14 were fatal, so that's good. We saved 100. And then we responded to 262 incidents where individuals were transported to the hospital for alcohol intoxication. So we are still seeing a high number of substance use involved individuals that require medical response. And we have fire. Fire has 138 uniformed members, 8 civilian employees, staff 7 fire stations, and 1 emergency management center. Fire department responded to 12,371 calls for service in 2023. 3,791 of them, 31%, were fire-related. 8,574, 69% were rescue or EMS calls. You heard at the last town meeting that sometimes the fire department thinks of themselves as the all-hazard department. They are called for a variety of reasons, fire being one of them, but there are many needs and demands on the modern fire department. The fire department protects an estimated $14.9 billion in real property throughout Plymouth. And in the last calendar year, 943,370 was lost due to fire. So that's a pretty good return in terms of what they're able to protect with the resources they have. Then we have the Department of Public Works. At full staffing, the operating budget personnel, so not the folks that work on the enterprise side fund, because then it would be even more, but those are somewhat intended to be self-funded. There are over 80 employees across engineering, facilities maintenance, fleet maintenance, highway, cemetery, and crematory divisions. They are also responsible for directly and indirectly road maintenance. We have 377 miles of roads throughout the community, 303 of which are paved, 74 of which are unpaved. We have had for a number of years in this community a funding mechanism to try and improve the status of roads in our community. We had a presentation back in June for the Select Board about how the current funding is able to be utilized. And essentially, we're making no forward progress in regards to current road work. We are not losing ground, but we are not gaining ground. And residents are looking, and businesses are looking for roads to improve over time. That's the thinking. That's why we originally started this program a number of years ago. So that's why we are looking to increase funding to this so we can actually make that forward progress and improve the situation for the entire community. Then, of course, we have items in relation to the Holtec parcel. So we had a pilot agreement that was voted upon at the last town meeting, did a number of things. Important to the budgetary process is that the pilot strengthens the town's right of first refusal by extending the time frame and eliminating the ability for Holtec to pay back taxes and discharge that right of first refusal. It grants access for appraisal purposes annually for the 8-year period of the pilot. It gives the town a $3 million credit to be used for land acquisition during those 8 years, and it engages town and Holtec in a master planning process for the land. So we're looking to put another $500,000 into nuclear mitigation stabilization, and we are going to be doing that in part not just to put more money into that fund, but also as part of the town's strategic planning to try and acquire some or all of the particular parcels. So this on the screen now is a shot of the Holtec parcel that was provided to me by David Gould earlier in the day. So that has, you can see the one on the left is the more northerly section, then it's divided by the road in the middle, and the south has some of the northern part still visible, but you want to focus on the southerly parcel. That's 1,530.34, I believe, acres in the Chiltonville / Manomet vicinity there, where we're looking for the town to acquire as much of that parcel as we could to prevent it from further draining our services. When you see our budgets going up year over year, time after time, regardless of enrollment numbers in the schools, regardless of any of the other, of how many people are moving into or out of the community. Currently, we're gaining about 1,000 people a year, which is quite a lot of people to give services to. We are looking to try and manage that growth by acquiring a parcel like this so that it doesn't explode into a residential development that would consume more in services than it pays for in taxes. If you think our budget situation is difficult at present, it could be significantly worse if this parcel, for example, the largest undeveloped single parcel that's not part of the state forest, were to be developed in a way that puts strains on the future logistical operations of this community. So we are unfortunately confronted with problems not just of today, but of tomorrow. We are trying to do the best with the resources that we have at hand to meet those challenges and rise to that occasion. Are we able to address in this budget cycle all of the inequities in our budget for town or school employees? We are not. We recognize that. We are committed to moving the ball forward on that over time. But we didn't get into the situation we have with our employees overnight. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get out of them overnight. However, we unfortunately are not blessed by only having a problem of equity to our employees and retention to our employees. We also have these other challenges that we are confronted with, that we have to face in order to secure the future of the community that we all live in, and presumably, based on the amount of time and often criticism we receive, love, or else why are we doing this? So, in order to position this community for a better future, we are trying to put forward this budget to meet as many of these needs as we can without requiring an operational override. While the idea of an operational override may have to happen at some point in the future, I do not, and I believe my colleagues on the board do not, believe that at this time, that the voters of Plymouth, given the significant cost increases that they are seeing, are going to line up at the polls to vote to pay more taxes. When everything else in their life is increasing in cost, and they have an opportunity to vote against a cost increase, I think they're going to take the opportunity to vote it down. So we are not going to be relying, from our planning perspective, on the whims of voters facing cost increases from left, right, and center to sign up for one more increase. Instead, we are trying to position this community to meet as many of its needs as it can in the current and near term, and we will continue to work on equity and delivering services to this community and retaining and providing equity to our employees over time. That's a commitment that we made when we voted on our budget. That is a commitment that we are dedicated to and will follow through on. Does anyone have any further questions or comments before I turn it over to the superintendent of schools? All right. You have the floor, Dr. King.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm going to say this is my 16th year here working for the school department. This is my 16th year working for the school department, 4th year as superintendent, and 25 years this May as a resident of Plymouth, and it's a wonderful community, and I understand the challenges that we have. I'm here to present a budget presentation that was originally shared with school committee on December 4th. We had a meeting that was scheduled for December 18th due to weather, which got canceled, and then had a joint meeting scheduled for January 8th, which was canceled. So some of the presentation that I'll be sharing tonight was presented at school committee, as well as additional information that was asked of various boards, in fact, individuals, to share with you, to give you some objective data as to what we're dealing with. So as I present the proposed budget for FY25, it's important to provide context that really underscores the consideration and planning of this budget. So over the past few years, as you all know, our district has weathered numerous budget reductions. Notably, we've supplanted this budget with those deficits, with state and federal funds, which have been pivotal, really critical for us to maintain our services, the supplies and materials that we had to cut from our operational budget. It's important to note, though, that these external funds have approached their end. They'll officially be done by September of '24. I had the great fortune of taking on superintendency as COVID hit. In crafting our budget, our focus has been on aligning the guidelines set forth by the town, and it's essential to communicate to everyone that our proposed budget, while it reflects a higher increase, the adjustment is necessary to continue and maintain the level of staff that we currently have and desperately need to support our students who have been through quite a bit in the last few years. Having said that, the guideline initially proposed by the town leaves us with great concern, which I have expressed on numerous occasions, which I'll explain in greater detail through this presentation. Okay? So as we gather for the budget presentation that I'm providing, I'd like to provide a brief roadmap to how we got here, beginning with the discussion of our FY24 budget. That reflection is really necessary to understand the foundation on which this budget has been developed. So following that, I'll explore the intricacies of our budget development process, offer insights into considerations and the challenges that have shaped this budget. A crucial part of this presentation will be understanding those significant budget drivers. I think it's important for you to know what is driving this budget. Why is this number as high as it is? Why couldn't we fit within that $3 million, $3.4 million guideline? Really shedding light into what's influenced, the landscape of our district. Okay, so you may recall, I don't know if it was 2018 or 2019 when we gathered in this room. I think it was 3 boards. Mr. Canty, you actually chaired that meeting, and we were here till about 11:30 that night, and we talked about that. The fiscal cliff of 24, I think, was what the title of the agenda item was. That's right. We sat here and had a joint meeting for quite some time, but we talked about how, as a community, we commit to the concerns that we knew were coming based on revenues and that fiscal cliff of 24. Again, this was pre-COVID, mind you. So as we advocate for those essential needs, we're obligated to consider the economic climate. I understand that. But we also have to present a budget that's responsive to our students. So When we first met, we had a meeting again that went till about 11:30, 2018 and 2019. We had a commitment, school board, school committee, and select board to do two things. To reduce our budget by approximately 1% for the next 2 to 3 years. That was the commitment that we made as boards, after assuming all contractual obligations, to avoid the need for an override for our operational budget. We also committed to settling very modest contracts with both our bargaining as well as unaffiliated staff. And we did that, and we've done that. So our district, and some of this has been discussed. I don't know if you can see all of that. If you could scroll that a little bit, it looks like it's getting cut off a little bit. The district has faced budgetary challenges since the onset of the pandemic. So we've had multiple budget reductions implemented due to declining revenue during this period. So these are some of the reductions, the commitments that we made to. Ms. Badger mentioned the FY21 budget, that $1.9 million. That was the year that we had our town meeting actually held in August because of the pandemic. We were asked to cut an additional $1.9 million that year, I believe in April, because of where revenue was coming in, and we did that. And on the town meeting virtual floor, I believe at that time, there was a proposal to put that back into the school committee budget. I want to clarify that 1.9 was put in for COVID expenses, okay? Not to our operational budget, not to what we were doing operationally, but to cover any COVID expenses. We didn't know what was coming from state or federal funding at that point. So we were very fortunate and grateful to receive that $1.9 million. We were also very fortunate to receive CARES Act funds in the support of the town. So we gave that money back that year. So we didn't spend that money. I mention that only because we understand the challenges, and we've always, in my 16 years, tried our best to stand within those guidelines and make commitments to that. And we gave that money back because we knew we had CARES Act fund available. So having said that, you have to understand that $1.9 million was still a reduction in our operational budget because we had to make decisions that year to come up with that. We then reduced our budget by a little over $1 million, FY22. We're asked to cut it a little bit less in FY23, $770,000. Last year was the most significant budget reduction that we've had all 3 years combined. Previously, just over $2.2 million, and then we're asked to reduce by an additional $800,000, and really had a lot of concerns about that. We had made some scenarios to the school committee, shared that with the town about what that would entail. We would be having some serious reductions in force. All the other reductions that we did were through attrition, anticipated retirements, cutting supplies for a third year in a row, making decisions that way, which ultimately affect your operations, but we weren't cutting staff at that point. Okay? So we've made reductions and we've made commitments, and we understand, again, I understand the challenges that we've had. So unfortunately, the federal funds that have been supporting us as a lifeline are now coming to an end. And in the aftermath of the pandemic, there's been no shortage of heightened demand for student supports, mental health services, academic interventions, additional resources that are critical to the evolving needs of our students and the evolution of our district. And unfortunately, as I said already, the end of federal assistance happens to coincide with continued need for student support. So as has been mentioned this evening before, we've always worked, again, in my 16 years, we meet with the town and we talk about what the new revenue is and what is our guideline. We typically don't go in and ask ahead of time. We look at the guideline, right? And this is the information that was shared, and it's been communicated this evening. So in crafting this budget, our focus has always been on aligning with the guidelines set forth by the town. So the table that you see up here was information provided by Town Director of Finance, and this is all the new revenue resources used to build the FY25 budget. So our guideline was to build an FY25 budget that would assume all future funding needs without exceeding a $6.44 million increase. So to build a budget not exceeding this guideline we utilize what I refer to as a zero-based budget approach, asking our cost center managers to justify all necessary expenses. And we also carried over all personnel, okay, because we were looking at how we're operating to date. As I've shared with the school committee as well as town manager's office when we met November 28th, I believe, this budget, while it allows us, the one that was presented to the school committee originally in December 4th, allows us to maintain our current level of services. There was very little funding that we could set aside that would be available for future contract settlements. And I'll get into that in greater detail. But that was always our concern. So, as I mentioned before, we relied heavily on state and federal grants for the past 3 years. We've cut supplies, materials, we've relied on our ESSER funds, and we've cut curriculum lines. So when building this year's proposed budget, I asked our academic staff to build a budget reflecting all expenses that we've been incurring through grants and other funding sources, supplies, materials, subscriptions, textbooks, mentor texts, technology, equipment. It's very expensive to run a school. We understand that. So to fall within the town guideline, we needed to make additional reductions that are from our academic coordinator's initial request, and we made a reduction of about $149,000 before the presentation to school committee on December 4th. So this is a breakdown of the budget that was presented to school committee originally December 4th. So you can see $119,934,770. That includes the $1.2 million that has been recommended to go into that reserve account. Okay, so if you exclude that, you get to that number that's been presented to you from the town manager. Okay, roughly 76% of our budget is salaries. Not surprising. We teachers in front of students, specialists. That's what it takes to run a school. Our non-salary dollars make up about 24% of that. Okay, when you break that down by object code, you're looking at just over $73,446,000 for certificated staff, $3.5 million for clerical staff, other salaries or other staff, $14,418,000. Contracted services. This includes a wide variety of activities, but you can see that this is $24,673,000. This includes outside consultants to provide services for private residential placements for students who have significant cognitive and neurological impairments that we cannot possibly support in our schools, so private programs. This includes transportation, and I'll get into that in great detail. Legal services, translation services for anything that we cannot do internally with the one or two staff that we have available to us, and other expenses, which are expenses that are neither, durable goods nor traditional services provided by an outside entity. Dues, memberships, education, training, conferences, travel expenses. That's that other expenses, which is just over $770,000. When you look at active employees for health insurance, we reach over $138 million, roughly $18 million for active employees for insurance. Looking at our budget, this table breaks down our budget and it's increased by object code. So you can see the total salary dollars and the non-salary dollars and broken down. And as you can see, our non-salary expenditures are up at a greater percentage than salary expenditures, with contracted services being the greatest percentage increase. We've talked a lot about state aid. This slide shows Chapter 70 state aid to the town of Plymouth over the last 10 years. We've seen an increase, an average increase of 1.42% annually over those years, with 0.87% annual increases averaging since FY20. The most recent increase, FY23, was 1.75%. So that was our greatest in recent time. So while there's been talk about increased Chapter 70 aid for next year, my conversations with our state representatives would lead us to believe that while the governor appears not to have an appetite to cut aid to education, we are very unlikely to see increases, and that's at least what's been reported to me through our state representatives. I know you can't see this slide, but I just show this to you to explain state and federal grants that have supported us over time. This slide illustrates a variety of state and federal grants that are entitlement grants, so that we receive these. We don't have to necessarily apply. We have to create the budget, but these monies come to us as a school community. So Title I is to support academically risked students, and it's based on economic needs. Title II is resources to support teacher development. 3 is for English language learners, et cetera, et cetera. But what's important to know is that we've averaged 3.4% increase since FY20 and only 0.6% since FY22. So this has been level. So, while, these grants are used to provide Title I staff, special education staff, these are very important, and as contracts go up, the money isn't keeping the pace. So it's another thing that we have to be mindful of as we're building our budget. IDEA, which is special education funding, has increased 3.2% on average the last 4 years. So budget drivers. We talked about the guideline and sort of the suggestion, I guess, from the town as how to live within that guideline, taking a percentage for contract negotiations and a percentage to meet your operational needs. These are the significant budget drivers, which are about $4.8 million. So the budget I first presented to the school committee is largely driven by these fixed costs. Again, when we were initially given the guideline, the thought was that we could utilize approximately $3.4 million to provide a level service budget and have the ability of remaining funds for potential contract settlements. And as you can see from the slide, with nearly $5 million allocated simply to maintain our current staff and services, that makes that, an impossible feat for us, certainly. So this is taken into consideration all of our staff, the loss of ESSER funds, supplies and materials, again, that have been cut year after year or been supplemented, I should say, or supplanted by state and federal grants that are going away. We've seen an increase in agricultural school tuition, so we're obligated to pay those tuitions for those students who choose to apply to an agricultural school, and if they get accepted, we're paying the tuition. And that's an increase of $322,000. So that school budget that we talked about earlier, yes, it's, it also includes students that aren't physically residing in the Plymouth Public Schools, charter, agricultural, et cetera. Special education services, transportation, tuitions, as a whole are up over $700,000. And our transportation budget, contract, and crossing guards is almost another $500,000. So when you look at those, what I consider truly fixed costs to maintain our current level of services, we have less than, a fraction of a percentage left, remaining in that budget. I talk a lot about transportation. I've probably bored all of you with how many times I talk about this, but this is a major concern of ours. And I don't have an answer, and I greatly appreciate the support that we've received from our state representatives. I've been in front of 3 boards, Department of Education, the EOA as well, EOA, to propose some potential source of grant funds for Plymouth, but, we're in hard economic times. So we spend approximately $11 million annually to transport students. This is our yellow buses, this is special education, this is transporting students that are homeless, students that may be in foster. We're financially obligated to transport foster care students too. A lot of things that people don't know. There's a lot of money that goes into transportation. So part of a presentation that I had done for our state representatives in the Department of Education to try to advocate for funds was to look at this comparison. This is an FY22 comparison, looking at transportation costs for districts comparable in student populations in Plymouth Public Schools. And as you can see, Plymouth spends anywhere from 38 to 309% more than comparably populated school districts. And of course, this is because of geography. So when you look at this slide, and you may have seen this from a presentation that he did in front of the League of Women Voters last year, just how large Plymouth is, we all know in this room, our total land mass, not including our water sources, but we're 96.5 square miles of land mass. And so this is an outline on this slide of the border of Plymouth, drawn to scale overlaid in Metro Boston area. So you can see how large we are. So in addition to the expansive geography, as you all know, we've talked about roads this evening as well, we don't have a lot of roads that go east-west. A lot of our major roads are north-south. We have a lot of private roads, and it's very difficult for us to reduce our transportation line any more than we have without really putting a burden and an irritance on our families, because our students would be on buses for well over an hour. It's very difficult to get around here. And as people who travel these roads, Long Pond Road and the traffic, everything is difficult. So we do everything we can, because this is such a large portion of our budget, to try to reduce that, and we'll continue to do that. But this is a major concern of ours. We've also talked about facilities tonight, and we also share those concerns. We have a lot of aging facilities. Critical aspect that I think often resides behind the scenes but plays a fundamental role is the regular maintenance funding for our aging facilities. And as educators and as non-educators, we understand how the conditions of physical spaces profoundly impact the overall well-being and academic success for our students. There's no question. Unfortunately, our aging facilities and the ages of our buildings up there pose unique challenges that demand proactive, regular maintenance. And by investing in that ongoing maintenance, we can not only preserve the integrity of our buildings, but create spaces that positively influence educational outcomes and morale of our staff and students, for that matter. Okay, so in July of 2021, part of our capital request was to do a comprehensive facilities needs assessment with Bureaus Veritas, and we did that, which highlighted both the immediate and future maintenance needs of our buildings, which, as you all know, is well above anything that we could possibly ask for in a given year. But we've done everything we could in recent years to utilize ESSER funds when capital funding was unavailable to try to maintain and try to improve some of our facilities. And while our buildings are very well maintained by an extremely dedicated workforce, I can't say enough about that, the age of our schools are a major concern. Aging facilities present unique challenges, as you know, and they can't be ignored. And without that critical maintenance of our heating systems, roofs, among other things, if we continue to defer projects, essential projects, we're just allowing concerns to escalate into more concerning but also costly issues. If you could scroll that up, thank you very much. So again, using the information provided to us through our comprehensive facility assessment in July of 21, we put together a long-term capital plan, which has informed our annual requests since I came here. Unfortunately, we've only received on average about 26% of our original requests because of the money that was available, or just over an average of 12% of all capital items funded each year. So this slide will show you school district original requests, revised requests, what was funded and what percentage of our requests were funded and what percentage of the total capital items that represents as well. We were asked in the last 2 years really to try to prioritize among our priorities, so you see that the two numbers down there presented. So as I said before, we've done everything we can, given this information and the reality, to really use ESSER funds when capital funds were not available. And why our enrollment is, I would say right now it's stable. It's certainly not going up significantly or down significantly. One change that we've seen is the demographics of our community, particularly our English language learners. So this graph illustrates our English language student enrollment over the last 6 years. So in FY19, Plymouth supported 120 English learners, and presently we're over 400, about 412 the last time that I did this presentation. So that's over a 340% increase since FY19. So, we embrace that diversity and the richness that brings to our classrooms, but it also, provides some budgetary concerns and considerations. So, it's essential for us to not only to maintain our mandate for English language instruction, which is guided by the state, but also to do translation, interpretive services, because many of these families, we have more families who don't speak English than the students that we're supporting. So I was asked from information, I believe it might have been from a board meeting that was held here. If you can scroll a little bit more up, that would be great. Thank you. So we've been asked to share comparable teacher salaries in recent weeks, so I put together the following table. And it might be hard for you to see there, but this information was also shared last week. It was sent out to the town. So teacher salary scale, for those who don't understand, is based on your level of education and your years served, okay? So this table shows comparable salaries for teachers in their first year with a bachelor's degree. So that's the first column, all right? Brand new teacher, yep, bachelor's degree. A bachelor's degree at top step. Entry-level master's degree, so you come to us with a master's degree, but you haven't taught. That would be M1. Top-level master's degree, so we have 11 steps in our contract. A master's degree with 60 additional credits, which is approximately another master's equivalent. A top-level CAGS, which is an advanced graduate degree. Again, this is like another master's degree. Okay, our teachers are highly educated. They're obligated to continue their education and to have a minimum of a master's degree at a certain point. And we also have advanced degrees here, master's and top-level doctorate mentioned here. We've also included benefit comparisons across the district. We've talked about that in this room before. So as you can see, Plymouth salaries, if you can see that from here, it's hard to see. Plymouth salaries range from just over 5,100 below, that would be the B1, to nearly $14,000 below. And these are communities that are around us, okay, or who we lose staff to when compared to those local communities. So while you may notice also, so I'll point it out, when we compare our benefits packages to Silver Lake, Marshfield, Scituate, Plimpton, we may seem more competitive for entry-level bachelors. So for that B1 column, you look at that and say, well, those communities have, they don't have the same benefit package. And that's true, but it's also important to note that goes away rather quickly. So once you get past your first-level bachelor's and you've been here for a few years or you have a master's degree, which our educators are obligated to get after a while, where that comparison, that benefit really doesn't hold in comparison. And it's also important to note, I think, that most of our educators in their first year of teaching are still under 26 and covered under plans and not taking those options. So it's not a draw. It used to be a draw for us. It's hard to draw people for that. It's really coming down to the salaries. I was also asked by a finance committee member a few weeks ago, how did we get here, Chris? How did we get to a point where our salaries are so much lower than other communities? And this is how we got there. This is the history of our COLAs. So, I was recently asked, again, how we get there. This slide shows the last 5 contracts, cost of living adjustments dating back to FY10. Again, I've been here since FY8. But we took the last 5 contracts, and as you can see, over a 15-year period, the annual COLA, when you average that out, is 1.7%. Mind you, inflation in that same period of time is 2.6% when you look at those 15 years. So this is how we have gotten to that. Not only did we have zeros in those first 2 years of that contract, but our educators also did not advance their years of experience, which is a financial incentive for them for another year of service, until halfway through the year. So they delayed what was in the contract that year in addition. So that's how we got there. I was also asked at our last meeting, school committee, like, what would it take really? And I understand that revenue is what it is. I understand that. My obligation, I believe, as a superintendent is to try to provide that level of service, but also express my concerns with, what the future, and particularly the finances here. So I was asked to put together some hypotheticals. What would it take to, and again, we haven't started negotiations. We want to bargain in good faith. And do everything we can to provide a contract that is more competitive, so we're not losing staff to these neighboring districts. We've lost staff that have been here for 10 years. And that is going to eventually come back to bite us and make it very hard. And this is a wonderful school district. We have amazing educators. I've been very fortunate to have my children have graduated and moved on, but have reaped the benefits, and I have many family members and friends in this community. Again, I've lived here for almost 25 years. But I was asked to sort of give some hypotheticals, but it's hard to do that before you bargain, right? Because you want to go into it in good faith, and we understand that what the revenue is, but we have to. So I put together 2 hypotheticals, okay? So as I mentioned, though, while our proposed allocated school budget enables us to maintain our current level of service, it falls short of providing what I believe would be a sufficient funding to engage in meaningful and fair negotiations with our educators. It's going to be very difficult. And again, I'm not debating or dismissing anything that's been said about the revenue that exists. I'm just objectively stating the facts. So on January 8th, I was asked how much more would it take, and I simply said millions, but I'm actually going to quantify that for you. So to put things in perspective, I put together 2 hypothetical scenarios. These hypotheticals also assume, and again, I'm not sure how this would go, but it assumes that the reserve account that's been proposed by the town for town and school negotiations would be split similarly to the revenue source. Okay, so that would be about 56.5%. I don't know. I had to come up with a number, right? So we know that about 56.5% of that initial new revenue was provided to the town, which was at $6.4 million. When I built the following scenarios, I assumed that would be the case, which is just over $2 million, $2,034,000. So the first slide shows, again, if that reserve account was shared similarly, first demonstrates what it would take to fund a similar compensation correction to what the town did last time for a contract for its employees. I know there was a comparability study that was done, which the school department also took part in 2017, and there was a correction that was made to town employee contracts, and I believe the one on the left represents that, the $4,000 adjustment with the 2% COLA. If we were to do this, and again, this is just for our educators, the numbers I'm showing here, this does not include other staff. As you can see, it would take over $5.6 million to provide a similar adjustment or correction, mind you, for our teachers. And assuming that we would have just over $2 million from the contract reserve account, we would have a shortfall of over $3.6 million, okay, from what I've proposed for our level service budget, okay? That's over 65, almost 66 staff, if you're assuming a salary of $55,000 to give it some objective perspective, okay? You're all reading about contract negotiations and what it's taking to settle contracts across the Commonwealth, and some of the sort of the aftermath of some of those as well. The second scenario is just a 4% COLA. You can see 4% cost of living adjustment would be a $3.8 million increase, and again would be about a $1.78 million shortfall, which is approximately 32.4 full-time equivalent staff, again assuming a $55,000 salary. Okay, so I want to just, again, bring close attention to the same things that I've been sharing with the school committee that I really think demand careful consideration and prioritization. First, our reliance on contracted transportation services poses financial challenges and limits our ability to directly control the quality and efficiency of transportation. And it would be wonderful if, as a community, we could try to find some way to correct that. And we've had some conversations in Finance Committee in years past about things. We've tried to take some of that over, again, through ESSER funds. We've purchased vehicles, and we've taken over, for example, one of the charter runs, and that's reduced our budget, but not by much, not by millions of dollars. So that continues to be a concern because it's a significant financial investment for us. It really, I call it the non-educational dollars. It's really, it's frustrating. The diversity of our student body is, in my opinion, one of the greatest strengths, but to support that, we have to continue to allocate resources for our programs and community outreach initiatives, translation services and whatnot. Our aging facilities require strategic and timely investment. And again, I understand there's only so much money to go around, but maintenance, modernization, safety concerns, we do everything we can to continue to improve the lifespan of our buildings. We have 2 beautiful state-of-the-art high schools. We have a middle school that is about 50 years old. We have 2 elementary schools that are over 70 years old, 2 that are over 100 years old, and the others are, in their near their 50s. So the buildings are aging. So we have concerns there. But lastly, while the allocated school budget enables us again to maintain our current level of service, it does fall short of sufficient funding to engage in meaningful and fair negotiations with our educators, who are very dedicated and really the backbone of our district. So I don't know how we do it, but we have to try to prioritize competitive compensation, continue with the development opportunities and provide a supportive environment. Really investing in hiring and retaining staff is an investment in the quality of education that we deliver to our students. We acknowledge the amazing contributions of our educators, and we want to do everything we can to fully rectify the existing compensation schedule, which, in my opinion, is behind, obviously, our neighboring communities. However, the reality is that this budget that, again, hasn't been voted on by school committee, but been presented, and I know it's been voted on by the select board, limits our ability, I believe, to bargain in good faith and meet our expectations of our exceptional teachers and staff. To address this issue and arrive at an agreement that corrects this compensation structure, we're going to have to face some difficult decisions that may, in fact, impact various aspects of our school district. Balancing the budget under these circumstances may necessitate adjustments that could negatively affect our district programs, employee morale, and ultimately exasperate the existing recruitment and retention issues that we have, depending on how we have to fund that. So as superintendent, I just want to assure you that we're dedicated to finding a solution that's fair, sustainable, in the best interest of our students and staff and the entire Plymouth community. We're committed to open conversation. I know I speak for the school committee when I say that, and I'm confident that collectively we can try to overcome some of these obstacles and provide our exceptional educators what they deserve. So with that, I just want to thank you for your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. First, we'll open it up to questions for the Select Board. Members of the Select Board that have any questions? Mr. Helm.
Dr. Campbell, could you go back
Certainly.
to the I believe the very previous, yes.
This one?
Okay, these are 2 hypothetical scenarios.
Correct.
Both of them have a full-time employee reduction in them.
Correct.
I would assume that you're not in favor of either of them.
Certainly not.
Then what are you in favor of? Okay, obviously there has been, for lack of a better word, miscommunication on the budget. And now we're being told that a budget that is a 6.9% increase in taxes to the residents of Plymouth may be incorrect. Okay, that you need more money. And I'm not saying that's not valid. I'm not saying it's not valid at all. And I'm certainly not saying that our teachers don't deserve better pay. Absolutely, they do. It's clear. But what are you going to be asking for? Or do you not quite know yet? And when will you know, and when will you ask for it? Because the current budget that the Select Board voted on last week is a 6.9% increase. I did a little calculation
I think Mr. Cabana was asking all of his questions. And if we apply a 6.9% increase this year, in the last decade, our taxes for our residents will have increased 74%. That's compounded year on year. That's what 10 years of a 5% or 9 years of a 5% plus a 6.9%. I may be a little bit off on that, but it's pretty significant, and people are hurting. The residents are hurting. I hear from our elders. They are scared. They're no longer concerned. Years ago, as we went up 5%, as the revenue from the power plant went away, they were concerned. Now they're scared. I've talked to them that they are on the precipice of losing their houses, of having to leave the town, and probably not to a good situation, because we all know what rents are. So we need to work together to figure this out, because this isn't a pretty scenario. And so I was concerned about a 6.9% increase, but now I'm given to understand we're talking about possibly a bigger one to fulfill the needs of the teachers. I'm at the moment dismayed, and anything that you can give me of what it's going to take so that we can all work together, so that we resolve the issues with the understanding that I can tell you right now, we do this, when we get to the 2.5 override, it's going down in flames. And everything, and think about it, we have trouble getting by with a 6.9% increase right now. What's it going to be like when we are forced into a 2.5% budget? That's what we're facing. Don't think for a second that the residents aren't really concerned, and many are scared about our budget. So we all need to get together and work this out. So what are your thoughts on these two hypotheticals?
My thoughts on these two hypotheticals is that they, given the amount of money that's available, it's an impossibility to ask for the money that we would need, from what I'm hearing.
So secondary question then. I mean, you clearly can't give me a number. What were you planning to do? Let this go through and come to town meeting? I mean, that's not an accusatory question.
Sorry? Can you say that again?
How were you planning on, with the knowledge, okay, and I'm not questioning the knowledge or the desire for additional monies for the contract negotiation, not questioning that at all, but what was your strategy to get that additional money? Was it going to be on town meeting floor, or were you planning to discuss, because, for instance, mentioned again, we just voted last week.
Right, so I would say that we had a meeting scheduled for December 18th, which was canceled because of snow and weather. We had a joint meeting scheduled for last Monday with the select board, which was canceled, which I guess we were hoping to have that conversation then. But unfortunately, upon request of the town, that meeting was canceled. So we were hoping to have that conversation prior to the vote, I guess, to discuss that.
You didn't have us in that meeting debating your budget. We saw the proposed agenda. It was updates from the state delegation. We were not involved or invited to attend a budgetary discussion.
Ms. Badger.
I would just like to reset things here. This is not about who said what or didn't say anything when. Okay? This is a reality that we're facing. It does no good to try to litigate what has happened in the past or has not happened in the past. We have to get together and we have to figure this thing out.
I completely agree with you, Mr. Allen. I do.
Okay.
Any other questions from the select board? If no one else does, I'll ask mine. Could you go back to the slide showing comparable communities? The list. Thank you. So are these comps from the other communities for the same fiscal year
Yes.
as the Plymouth numbers?
Oh, for the next September of '24.
So you're comparing our current with their future? Why is that the comparison? Every year, but their salaries go up. So why would we compare this year's rates with these communities' next year's rates? What's the benefit in that?
Can I come up here?
Mainly the reason for that was looking at what we would be looking at for next school year.
But it wasn't presented as that. It was presented as this is where we are today.
The Plymouth ones are as we are today. The other ones are for next fiscal year in regards to what it would be, what we would be looking at in comparisons for looking at contract negotiations in comparison to where we are compared to them.
How would I, reading this slide, know that that's what information you're presenting to me?
You wouldn't. We should have put a little more detail on that.
I agree with you on that. Thank you. I have some more questions. How is per pupil spending in Plymouth? How does that compare with SPED salaries and benefits to state averages?
SPED?
To SPED spending and as well as salaries and benefits in regards to state averages.
Special education? I don't have a comp for special education. Well, actually, we are approximately 20% of our overall operating budget is special education related, and I believe it's either 20 or 21 at the state level on average, if I'm not mistaken. I can find that number for you and get it to you certainly. I'd say in terms of when you look at per pupil expenditure, and I've done this presentation, did this presentation last year at the Legal and Voters. We are above state average, but it's all in those, it's coming from transportation. All the money, when you look at administrative costs, supplies and materials, guidance, all of the lines that per pupil is determined by, we're either below average to the state comparison with the exception of the operational fixed costs, and a lot of that is coming from transportation, which, as you can see, as you saw before, it's such an extraordinary expense for us.
Overall, in FY22, the state average per pupil was $20,110. Plymouth was $20,629 for FY22. And FY23 numbers haven't been presented yet.
Okay. In the last year, I mean, these contract cycles that we're going into are known 3-year rotations that come up every 3 years. They don't always settle on the right away. Sometimes I've seen it where we're 6 months away from the expiration of a contract when it settles, and we're immediately going back into contract negotiations. But when these contracts come up is a known date. How many new employees were added by the school system in the last year?
We have not added new positions. So this is...
That's not I didn't ask new positions.
Oh.
I asked new employees. As in, this is their first year working in the town of Plymouth school system.
Yeah, we had approximately 55 last year, the beginning of the start of the school year.
At the beginning was 55. What was the conversation about onboarding that number of new staff coming into contract negotiations, given the prior slide that now you're looking at, you hired 55 and you're looking at reducing between 32 and 64?
Those 55 are because of people leaving the district, and we need to replace the teacher. So if someone leaves, we need to fill the teacher position. These aren't new positions, additional positions. So I'm not sure I understand your question, Mr. Canty. In
Were
terms
those
of new
all
hires,
previously funded by your operating budget, or were they by grant funds? Like
every
ESSER?
year, our budget is built by operational budget, as well as all the grants, that slide that you couldn't possibly read, the entitlement grants, ESSER funds, et cetera. Our budget is built on largely the operational budget, but then we have grants as well.
Mhm. Does your budgetary calculations include your circuit breaker offsets?
Circuit breakers in there, yes. Yep.
All right. I'm going to open it up. I see a member of the Advisory and Finance Committee, so we'll break the dam in that direction. Mr. Zuccaroli, I see your digital hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Canty. Before I ask my questions, I just want to make one statement because these are difficult questions to ask. But I am a member of the Advisory and Finance Committee, and I believe I have a responsibility to ask them. In my day-to-day life, however, I want it known that I am a teacher. So these are both difficult questions to ask and to formulate. So having said that, Dr. Campbell, are there any new initiatives embedded into this budget? If so, what are they, and could they be postponed to a later date and time?
That's a good question. There are no new initiatives. We certainly wouldn't add initiatives this year, knowing that we were having the challenge that we had to provide the budget that we have presented to school committee.
Thank you. At the end of every fiscal year, generally speaking, there's money left over in the budget, other than the $1.9 million that was turned back to the town in 21. Has the school department ever turned back money to the town when there has been any left over, or does the school department spend its budget down to zero?
We have not spent it down to zero, so I can give you, FY18, $86,715 went back to the town. FY19, $146,029. FY20, $3,024,041. FY21, $3,520,244. FY22, $40,316. And FY23, $386,012 plus at least $89,300. Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again. It's 470. Excuse me. FY23, $475,369. I need better glasses.
We all get to that age. Thank you. In looking over the school budget that was provided to me, it seems that Plymouth, on the secondary level, seems to be over the norm with surrounding towns as far as administrative assistance is concerned. Again, particularly at the secondary level. Reducing this number in admin assistance could be a cost savings without negatively impacting anything that happens in the classroom. Has this option ever been looked at?
We have been forced, because of, again, conversations over the years, to always be prepared to make reductions, unfortunately. And that's not something as superintendent that I certainly enjoy. It's hard to build a budget and say we need X amount of dollars to do it. And by the way, to do that, I'm making a recommendation to lay off X amount of people. It's really hard to do that, to bargain in good faith, knowing that to do that we would need to reduce staff. We have reduced staff. We've reduced 3 administrative assistants in central office in the last 2 years. So when openings arise, we're looking at that. But we haven't looked at doing a reduction we haven't gone through an exercise to do a reduction in force at this time, certainly. But we continue, as positions open up, whether it's a retirement, someone moves, and again, all levels, all positions, we look at, do we need this position to maintain our level of services? And when we when we have an opportunity, and again, 3 positions we've done at central office, it's more work for other people, we're making those reductions. And we will continue to do that. Again, we understand the challenge, we truly understand the financial constraints. I don't want to say that we don't. So we're doing everything we can to look where we can, when we can, without laying people off, of course.
Thank you. This is a follow-up to Mr. Candy's question. Actually, last year's budget conversations were they were long, they were in detail, they were in depth. I was part of them, and you know, we were able to come to an agreement moving money into salary reserve, looking at not filling positions due to attrition. And yet, as you just said, there were approximately 55 positions. Those that were announced at the beginning of the academic year. Those were all positions to cover Tier 1 classrooms?
Those were all positions to cover staff that were working directly with students. We made reductions, as you may recall, last year to get within that $2.2 million reduction where we eliminated, I believe, 15 positions through attrition.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This question, although I have it, it does sound kind of counterintuitive. Would extending the school year from 100, I'm sure the teachers in the room are going to love this, would extending the school year from 182 days to 184 days to match some neighboring communities, would that be a cost savings at all?
That would increase our payroll and expenses, so our budget would go up proportionately.
Okay.
If you just take,
again,
Mrs. Zuccarelli, if you took the personnel dollars that are associated with running school, even if it was just for teachers, those days that you're referring to, we have 180-day school year, 180-day school year for our students, and the other days are our professional development days and days with our staff. And we've had to reduce that in years past because we couldn't offer money. Those communities have 183, 184, but each day you need to look at that, let's say that 76 million, I believe, that we have for certificated staff and break that up proportionally to determine what a day would cost, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars for each day.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Like I said, it sounded counterintuitive.
That's quite all right.
This is a, I'm sure this question is going to come up in negotiations. Has the school department looked at changing health insurance? Currently, the Cadillac plan is a very good one. It's certainly a rival to other districts. Would changing the health insurance program help with a cost savings?
That would have to be discussed through a PEC negotiation, which is not that time right now. We just settled the agreement for 6 years.
All right. Nope. Thank you. And my last question, Chapter 70 state aid hasn't come in yet. It hasn't been determined yet. If the amount of state aid is higher than expected, will there be an adjustment to the school operating budget?
Yeah, the split would go into a 61% would be allocated and be used for salaries. I should say
Thank you very much.
the net of state aid, because that's the key here. If we get Chapter 70 money, that's great. But also don't forget, there's charter tuitions that go up. There's other assessments that come off of that. So even though on paper we may look like we get $2 million in Chapter 70, there's also cherry sheet assessments that we get assessed for. So it may not be a net total of $2 million.
Thank you very much. Like I said, these were difficult to ask, but I appreciate you indulging me.
Mr. Mahoney, I think you had a question. I see.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. Question for Superintendent or Mr. Blaisdell. Either one of you. So the question is, Chris, can you go through the process of the protections that are in place for the town of Plymouth to assure the taxpayers that there would be no repeat here of what occurred last year financially to the city of Brockton. But the school department all of a sudden couldn't find $14.4 million.
I can tell you that the budget, Mr. Mahoney, that we're currently in, and any future budget is well accounted for. We're looking at every expenditure. We look at reports on a regular basis to see how we're spending, and we've identified a funding source for everything that's in our budget. I can't speak to what happened in the city of Brockton, but I can assure you that that would not happen here.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Mr. Lawler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Piggybacking on Mr. Helm, Dr. Campbell.
Yes.
Is your current budget, your ask, 119,934?
That budget that you saw there was a budget that we, again, in my 16 years here, we have tried to build a budget that falls within the town guideline. And when we circle back in November 28th, after getting that guideline, we've stated that while this budget meets our level service and doesn't require us to cut teachers and doesn't support staff and to reduce programs and services, to increase class size to, ridiculous levels, it doesn't meet our needs in terms of negotiating in good faith. The last time we negotiated contracts, we built a level service budget, and we went back to the town in the fall. I believe the town did that too, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. And then went for the supplemental appropriation, because we bargained in good faith, and then we determined how much money we needed to meet that obligation that we came to an agreement in. That's the way we handled it before. That was not the request this time, and going through this budget exercise again with our cost center managers and building a level service budget, because I do have concerns about cutting services to students, given the extraordinary challenges that we're still under. I can build a level service budget, but I have concerns about building a level service budget and also assuming future contractual settlements that haven't been bargained in good faith yet, if that makes sense.
No.
No, okay.
Dr. Campbell. Is your current request 119,934,770?
My current request is based on what we were told was available. So
that's not the I need an answer. What is your current request?
I think he's asking you a yes or no question, and
No, I'm asking what your current request for monies are.
I guess my current request would assume that I would understand. I could predict where that negotiation would happen and where the contracts would ultimately settle. Right?
No. So your current request is 119,934,770.
The budget that you saw presented, Mr.
That I have
Lawler,
in front
on
of me.
December 4th, when we went through that,
Yep.
was the proposed budget based on the town guidelines, which we've always done. And I expressed my concerns at that meeting. I did express my concerns at that meeting as to, while it, again, the same thing I've said over and over, while it meets our current needs, it will not meet unless we make reductions, and we may be forced to do that. We may be forced to make some difficult decisions. Again, you saw our budget, $24 million is in contracted services, which are primarily fixed cost placements, transportation. We have $3 million for supplies and materials. We have $76 million for our certificated staff. It's going to come from staff. If we're going to live within this budget, we would need to make reductions. And I can't, in good faith, make a recommendation. And we haven't had an opportunity to vote on a budget to the school committee. And we most likely would do that at a meeting next week or the meeting thereafter. Again, this is...
So the request was for 119,934,770, and in October, there was an additional 6.4 added to the 119.
No.
Yeah, the 6.4 got them to 119.
So $6,444,000 is the money that the TAO guideline was presented to us.
And of
So
that-
that's that 56.5% of the total revenue, which I believe was 11.4, if I'm not mistaken. So of
And
that
of-
money,
and of
we were
that-
asked to build a level service budget and assume any contractual, use the rest for contracts. And as I've presented, we can't meet that guideline without making some significant decisions, which ultimately, at the end of the day, we're going to have to make decisions. I may have to make recommendations to the school committee, which will be very difficult, But I have a hard time doing that now. Preferably, we would settle contracts and then seek a supplemental appropriation, in my opinion.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Ms. Richards.
Good evening, Dr. Campbell.
Good evening.
Last year, when we had a discussion about the budget, about the school committee's, school department's budget, I had asked about transportation fees,
Yes.
bus fees.
Yep.
And I had made a comment that the bus fees had not changed in the 25 years since my two boys were in school.
Sure.
And I'm assuming that they are not changing again.
We are actually, at a future meeting with the school committee, have scheduled to look at all fees.
Okay.
Whether it's bus fees, athletic fees. We don't have a lot of fees, but we have some fees.
Okay.
Having said that,
Sorry,
there's very little revenue that comes in. So, but we also have to be mindful of those that we're concerned about with
Understood.
their.
I just wanted to
Sure.
finish
Sorry.
my thought. That's okay. So what, in a very quick search, I've identified 4 school systems. Let's see, I'll start with the least. Norton School has $250 per student with no cap, no family cap. Wayland, $300 per student with an $850 cap. Shrewsbury, $300 per student with a $960 cap. And Newton, $400 per student with an $800 cap. So if I was paying, what are your fees right now? $125?
Yes, correct.
With a $200 cap?
200. We'll get you that exact dollar.
Okay.
A little bit higher.
Somewhere around there. I mean, I remember paying
Yes,
that.
it pales in comparison to those communities that you mentioned, right?
So what I'm saying is, if the bus fees had been incrementally increased, just like, and believe me, some of you out there know, I'm all in favor of your increases, of your COLAs. But if you're incrementally increasing fees over a 25-year period, you would be at this point without a tough pill to swallow, as I indicated a year ago, and we would be at a point where we would be bringing in some revenue. And I think this is a piece of revenue that you could also be bringing in. And this is thinking outside the box. You're looking to identify places where you can find some revenue. You can find revenue here.
Certainly.
You know, whether people are not going to like it or not, parents are not going to like it.
Sure.
I didn't like it. I didn't like having to pay it.
Right.
Because I was 1.1 mile away from the school. So that is something you need to start looking outside of the box and not looking at every taxpayer and looking at
Sure, and
fees.
And
Thank
as
you.
you mentioned that, we have it scheduled, I believe it's the February 3rd Saturday meeting to start looking at those fees. And just keep in mind that we are obligated to transport students that are K to 6 that are within, that exceed those 2 miles. So that's something that we can't charge them for. So when you look at the percentage of that, we could make about $150,000 depending on how much it went up. It certainly wouldn't, and I can't speak for 25 years ago, but we are looking at, just to get back to we are looking at that. We understand we have to find that fine line of how much we would raise that, coupled with the fact that, over 37% of our families are on qualify for free and reduced lunch, and would also get reductions in, would be reducing that as well. So
Yeah,
trying to
even
balance.
if you're looking at, you have 70-some-odd-thousand, or, 7,000 students, if you're only looking at 3,000, and you increase that by $100 with even a cap at $500 a year, then it's certainly more than $150,000 that you're going to be recouping.
Depending on the financial status of those individuals.
And that could be, the saving of several staff members or an additional few COLAs.
So we will continue. Again, we are
Thank you.
committed to doing that. We haven't done that prior to budget presentation, but this is something that is actually on our agenda.
Other questions from members of the Advisory and Finance Committee at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Neerman.
Dr. Campbell, could you please explain the benefits column? I'm not sure what the 50 to 25.
That's the town versus employee split in terms of the health insurance.
And why is there not a number for Plymouth?
Because we all know what that number is. Sorry. We don't? I'm sorry. We're at 75-25.
Okay.
And I believe our new employees are going to be going to 70-30 next year.
Okay, and either you or Mr. Brindisi or Ms. Barrett, could you explain why benefits for the school is in the town budget, from what I understand?
I think because historically the town has administered the benefits, so the town basically through the select board decides sort of what the benefits are, or what we should negotiate the benefits are, and then we negotiate that with the union groups and or retirees, depending on if it's a PEC or if we do it through contract negotiations. So the town is the one that budgets for it, estimates what those numbers should be, and then we, even though it's in the fixed cost part of the town budget, we then, for end-of-year report purposes for the school department, for DESE, we charge back what those school numbers are in all of those benefits. And that's what we presented to you tonight in the town manager's budget presentation, is all of those costs under fringe benefits, what the cost is for the school department. But historically, they have always been included in the fixed cost part of the budget and not in any one department's budget.
Okay, and was that part of your presentation, Dr. Campbell, the benefits in your budget?
For active employees, correct.
Then that's that 119 number.
The 119 does not include the benefits. I think what they were reflecting was, in addition to the 119, they were reflecting what those costs are for active employees for health insurance. If you remember, so in their presentation, they have $138 million for a school budget, which includes active retiree health, active employees, health and dental. In the town manager's budget presentation, we showed you a total school education budget, which was $178 million. So it was basically the 138 plus retiree health insurance on the school side, plus debt service on the school side, plus charter school and other expenses that the state charges us for education. So we included in the town manager's budget presentation all of those costs.
So when you make the comparison of salaries from town to town, shouldn't that comparison be total compensation with benefits from town to town?
Aside from what I showed you?
It was on there? No, when you were showing the town by town salary.
Oh, the value of what that would be?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's, again, some of these districts are much smaller than us, so that value is going to be smaller, that contribution is going to be smaller, right? And we're a larger district, we're one of the largest suburban districts in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. When you look at others and what they're contributing, that contribution may be, we know these fixed costs, the health insurance is expensive. Understand that. So for comparison purposes, we showed what our educators are contributing, right? So whether they're contributing 50% or 25% to the total cost of that health insurance plan, that's as comparable as we can get. And as Dr. Blaisdell mentioned about looking at the salaries, looking at what was forecasted for 24 in those comparable districts as we look to enter negotiations to see how far off we are with those FY24 numbers.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Other questions from the Advisory and Finance Committee at this time? Okay. Oh, Mr. Zuccaroli. You're muted, Mr. Oh, there you go.
Yep. Thank.
Yeah, you muted yourself again.
Thank you, Mr. Candy. This is less a question, more of a comment. There's been some talk tonight and in the past, over the past couple weeks, about a 2.5 override, and I just want to echo what Mr. Brindisi and what Mr. Canty has said. This community has never seen a 2.5 override, and a 6.9% increase in taxes is pretty significant, particularly when Plymouth has been designated an age-friendly community. I'd like to remind people who are supporting a 2.5 override that means a majority of our residents who are living on fixed and limited incomes will have to bear the brunt of that cost. So before we talk about a 2.5 override, I think we really need to be considerate of those members of our community that will be paying the brunt of that tax. Thank you.
Other questions from members of the Advisory and Finance Committee? Questions or comments from members of the school committee? Dr. Sorensen, if you could take a microphone at your convenience. I understand, but we won't be able to, people online won't be able to hear you.
Oh, jeez.
I appreciate that, I'm sure, as we've been told here this evening, members of the Select Board, members of the FinCom, have received phone calls from taxpayers, very concerned, and we just heard it in the last comment, very concerned that the tax rate is going up, and people are saying that it is something that we can't manage as a resident. And I appreciate that. And we represent 7,000 other members of this community who don't have a voice. And we want to represent those 7,000 children as best we can. And I want to be able to represent them with as much vigor and concern as everybody else is considering the people of this town on fixed income or people of this town who find a tax increase something they can't manage. But at the same time, I have to be aware, and we have to be aware, of the educational community, because we all gain from the educational community. We have built, these people sitting in this room have built a quality system. We have come a long way. I've been on this board for 33 years. I've watched this school system grow and grow and grow to a point that all of our home values are increasing because of the educational program in this town. People move to this town with children because the school system has a very good reputation. And I could go on, and I won't bore you. Awards and presentations and accomplishments, we represent that with vigor. And I'm asking you to consider those 7,000 voices. Because as we lose our educators to go to Carver and make more money, to go to Silver Lake, we saw it up here on the board, and the other one I saw was, I think it was Pembroke, don't remember. When we lose those educators, our system quality begins to come down because it's the veteran teachers who can leave and make more money. So I'm just saying, let us defend with as much vigor as you all defend the us and them that I've picked up sitting here listening. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bletzer, you had a question?
Yeah, Dr. Sorensen, I agree with what you're saying. But the question's been asked. I know Tim asked it a few times. I kind of intimated that I wanted to know the answer too. How much more do you need? We still haven't heard this.
We haven't even had an opportunity to discuss that amongst ourselves. I mean, we've asked, Dr. Sorensen, everybody on this committee in our meeting last time asked for additional information because we don't know, obviously, off the top of our heads, what a 2% COLA and the $4,000 that was given to the town employees last year would do to our would do to our teachers and our staff members. And so that was really important that we have that information. And we were, as Dr. Campbell mentioned, hoping that we could have a conversation at our joint meeting that we didn't end up having. And it was actually on the agenda for you all to be part of that conversation when we presented the budget. But so we do not have a number right now, but we have the numbers to start thinking about and have our conversation at our next meeting, because it is crucial that as everybody, I don't think there's a soul here that is in front of us that is saying teachers don't deserve to get paid well. Every single one of us in our community knows what, as Dr. Sorensen said, teachers do to transform lives and have done to transform the public school systems. It is not the same place I went to school and graduated. It's not the same place that Miss Savory went and graduated, because we're old. Exactly. And these teachers here, our teachers laid the groundwork for them, and we're just trying to have these teachers lay the groundwork for other people to come in, and stay here and have a career here, like all of our, so many of our teachers. And so we don't have a number right now. I'm sorry, I just went on a little bit long, but we don't have a number now, but we hope to have one next week. And it is something that we're actively talking. I mean, Dr. Campbell and I have had several conversations.
And don't take this wrong, Michelle. I'm not trying to be critical of you folks. I know but no, Miss Savory, no, I'm not. I'm really not. But I can just tell you, at the end of the day, we're the ones that answer to the residents about the tax increases, okay? So all I'm saying is that you've had, I just think this should have been included. You're talking about things that, like it's just starting to happen. We've been talking about collective bargaining for a while, okay? So I don't know why you didn't put together a budget that had included what the employees, what you think you're going to be able to give them, whether it's 4%, $4,000, and thought about that and voted on that into your budget. So now it's coming last minute, and now you're like kind of looking at us to do the job. And and it's, we don't even know what number you need. So I'm just saying, I was there last Monday. Between Monday and now, have you guys talked? Have you talked with the superintendent?
Yeah, I think
What's
we've
it?
all had individual.
No, it's not open meeting. You could have met, somebody could have met.
We have had
you could have
conversations
met
with Dr. Campbell.
Two folks
Yep.
could meet. It's not a quorum.
Mrs. Jackson and I had conversations on Wednesday, right after our meeting.
Okay.
We have meetings, we do meetings every Wednesday so that we can touch base on different topics and have, I know you don't mean anything when you say that this is last minute, but
No,
it's really not. We've been having these conversations since May, and we were trying to live within the means that we were given.
Okay, so last week, I'm just telling you what I saw. Everybody questioned Dr. Campbell. I think Lewis got up first, and then Dr. Sorensen, and questioned him. Is that enough? Is it enough in your budget to? And he said, we'll take care of, we'll pay now. But now is, we're talking next year. We're going fiscal 2025, and it won't help 2025. So my thing is, I just have why. Why wasn't that talked about? And it's you know the collective bargaining, you know the agreements that we got to start negotiating in a few months.
So the answer to your why question is, again, I think we had all.
And by the way, the select board has to do the negotiating and make the decision.
No,
so-
we have our own own school committee members on our.
Well, Mr. Quintel was involved last time, I believe.
Yes, he's involved as an
I know you
advisory
vote. No, it's
member.
your final vote. No, I get it. I'm sorry.
No,
Excuse me.
it's
I
okay.
take that back.
We initially put together this budget in conversations with Dr. Campbell that they put together. The initial way we kind of, as a committee, when we had some conversations about this, we went at it in the mindset that we have in the past. The mindset that when I've been on the committee, it's been that, okay, we have our school budget, we live within our means. We want to we want to negotiate in good faith. And so that's not this is how much we have to spend. That's not exactly really, we are not sharing all our cards, right? No one in a bargaining agreement goes, hey, this is exactly how much I have, and this is how much I have, and let's get together and have a negotiation over something that we all know where the end point will be, right? And so our discussions that we all had was, hey, let's create a budget based on what we expect to need based on COLAs and the
Current contracts.
column and lanes and all the step changes and all that. And that's what our budget we presented. And that was the conversation we had. And that we would come back to town meeting in the fall. And then I would say probably mid-November, early December, we started the conversations we were having changed a little bit. And so it's not the last minute. It's just I think we're all learning. We're all moving forward. I think nobody here is, there's always hindsight, right? We could have maybe said in May, all right, what do we want to do and what exactly do we need? Instead of going based on what we have kind of has been the norm and the directive from select board since I've been on the school committee.
The problem is the money's running out. Okay? The money is running out. The money may not be there. And so that's what we're talking about tonight. And again, I know we can talk about sins of the past.
Yeah.
15 years, 5 contracts, 28%, inadequate, 1 point something, that's where this all started. But now we're the elected people that have to try and make this right. And we can't, it's not going to happen in one budget, but hopefully a couple, but we got to at least try to do whatever we can. So that's all. And I'm not trying to be critical. When I voted on that, I thought the funding was there, okay, for this upcoming negotiations with the employees, so that they'd be able to get close to fairly being compensated. And the COBRA negotiations is what I was talking about. I'm sorry, with the Selectman Quintel, with the Selectman doing that, but I mixed that. But anyway, so you got work to do. That's all, I guess. So, yeah. So again, I apologize if anybody took that. Ms. Savory, I think you took it, but it's not. I'm not trying to be criticized. Believe me. I've been criticized enough, so I know.
I just think you need to clarify too that yes, he did sit on our negotiations, but was not participant. He
I know,
listened.
no. The
So
Cobra
by
side-
saying that you're, yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Well,
So I just want to make sure
I
that you
know,
know
I
what
get it.
happened.
It was, I mixed
'Cause it
up the
wasn't-
Cobra, yeah.
No,
Yeah, I
even-
did. No, I
But even
meant to it.
Cobra
No,
was
no, no.
specific to the town negotiations. He was not active in our Cobra
Right.
negotiations with the school district.
He wasn't supposed to tell anybody else what happened in those meetings either.
He didn't say anything to me.
All right, let's.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, when you say that it's now up to you to fix, because he was on it last year, that has
I take that back. I take that statement. What I'm saying is, when the taxes go up, which they already have, the select board, we're the ones that we're the ones that get the criticism, and I get thick skin, so I'm not. If it's but you're not going to get criticized. We're the ones that are going to get criticized. So
The same people elected us that elected you, Charlie, so I don't see where you think you
Well-
have more skin in this game. We answered 7,000 kids and about 4,000 families and a couple thousand teachers, who most of whom are taxpayers in this town too, and elected us to be here.
again, I think I better shut up because
Well, I'm trying to figure out.
I'm just taking a big. I'm trying to say that we got to work together. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
So I
yeah,
probably
but-
said too much, Louis.
No, I'd like to. My goal is to be collaborative and work with the select board. But when you keep saying you guys, and how you're more accountable to the taxpayers than we are, it's hard not to take offense to that.
I apologize. So, is it accepted? Thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
Is the town routinely deciding their budgets going into contract negotiations? Like, is the town side going into contract negotiations pre-deciding what their budget is to negotiate contracts with unions? Because that does not seem like negotiation in good faith, and I don't know why anyone on the town side would expect that of the school when that is not a good faith negotiation to pre-decide what you're going in with. That's not how union negotiations work, so I'm very confused about how the town is doing negotiations now. So, Mr. Brindisi, if you could answer how you determine that, that'd be great.
Would you like me to answer that question? So first and foremost, we're not going to talk about contract negotiations in the public. That's not what we do. So although, no, we have not. You were asked a few Mr. Blesser asked a few questions about contract negotiations, and what I would say is that we negotiate what we can afford. So as I presented, we have certain fixed revenues that we have to live within, and we will negotiate in good faith with those unions what the town can afford. And since I have the floor, the select board, Mr. Pisano, they are the ones that have to advance a 2.5 override. Nobody on that side of the room has to stand up at town meeting and advance a 2.5 override. So Mr. Blitzer is correct that when it comes to raising taxes, it's the 5 selectmen that have to go there and advocate for that article.
Thank you, Mr. Brindisi. I would also add that in years past, when the town is going into contract negotiations, the town has always put money aside towards anticipated contract negotiations, or if a settlement is pending, because sometimes they take multiple years to reach an agreement for one or more contracts, the town has put money towards that. Now, is that money always sufficient to completely meet the requirements of that contract? No. There have been in the past supplemental appropriations, either in a special town meeting in the spring or in the October town meeting, depending on when those contracts settle. But that has been the practice of the town for a number of years, is putting money towards that. Further, when the town entered the last few years that the town has budgeted its side of the budget, the town, and I'm only speaking about the town side, the town has taken into account when contract negotiations are coming up and anticipating that today's employees are going to cost more tomorrow because obviously they're going to want more money, because other than when we were coming out of the 2008 global financial crisis, the employees have rightly always wanted to get a cost of living adjustment, because otherwise every year you're functionally getting a pay cut because every year your costs are going up. So we get that. We understand that. This town, the town has understood that throughout. And we have, the town's budget incorporates what we can put aside at this juncture for the town side employees, as well as making plans to keep our current staffing without any need for layoffs on our side. So that's what the town side of it did. I'm not on the school committee. I can't speak to what the schools did, but that's what the town side did. That's what the town side has been doing for a number of years. And that is what the town will continue to try and do, to be as responsible to our employees, as well as meeting the needs of our residents, and trying to do the best we can with the resources that we have in the guidelines and provisions that we have. Do we have, I can't see, I don't think that's a member. So that is a member of the public, so public comment is later in the agenda. Are there, Ms. Jackson?
Thank you. I have a statement and a question. So based on what you're saying, my question to you is, if the school decided to put in everything we needed for future contracts every year and ask for exactly what we felt was necessary versus living with what the parameters were that the town was giving us every year previously, would we be having a different conversation? Because we have in good faith tried to work with the town on what we felt like were their guidelines. So if we're now coming back and saying this doesn't work this year because we've had an astronomical increase in transportation last year, an astronomical increase in special education funding, that change our conversation, it's not because we haven't done our due diligence or tried to work with the town over the last number of years. Should we then not be trying to work with the town in their parameters? Should we just be asking for what we think is necessary going forward?
So those parameters, historically, and going back to a slide that was presented in Mr. Brindisi's presentation, was designed to preserve excess levy capacity for other needs. So the town, this year, for the first time in a very long time, possibly in ever, is not looking to be as conservative on excess levy capacity, because we recognize that it is no longer sustainable to meet the needs of the community. And that includes the people that work on the town and the school side, as well as the infrastructure needs that we have and future planning needs. When we talked about this at prior select board meetings, I pointed out that the last 5 years, if we had, right now we're going up to $2 million, down to $2 million, I should say, in excess levy from what was going to be 8.7. If we had kept only $2 million in excess levy, which we think is the minimum we could responsibly do, over the last 5 years, there would have been $27.7 more million to use to meet the needs of this community, the needs of employees, retention, equity adjustments, COLAs, all of that. So we are charting a new path forward, and we are hoping that we can chart that path forward in a collaborative effort rather than an effort where we do this and the other side does that, and I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it's helpful to the people in this room. I don't think it's helpful to the employees that aren't in this room, and I don't think it's helpful to the 61,000+ residents of Plymouth, whether they're children, working adults, retirees, or anywhere in between that. So that is, I've only been on the board for a bit, but since I've been on, I've been advocating for a change in that direction and a path forward that's more realistic to the actual known long-term needs of this community. And I've been thankful that my colleagues on the board and in the administration have been supportive of that and in fact joined me in that effort. It's not my effort, it's the board's effort to do that and to chart that course forward. So that is what we are looking to do, and we would invite you to collaborate on that. But
so I think we're saying the same thing.
One more thing, though. There is, of course, 2.5 is, I think that is doing an operational override. Mm-hmm. That is the fiscal cliff that we talked about at that meeting back in the day, you know.
So I think we're saying the same thing. I've only been on the board for a few years too, but I think that's the whole reason that we're here tonight, right? Is because we said we need to look realistically at the budget and put things back in. So I think we're saying the same thing. So we need to bring it to a collaborative effort because what we've been given is not what we can work within. And additionally, with response to the taxpayers, I know that they're concerned, but I would also invite them to look at how good schools affect the value of their homes and the quality of the community that they live in. And if we keep bleeding good teachers and good staff to other communities, we're going to be back where we were when I was in school here in the 80s, where you had double sessions and you had a really terrible school system that we have worked really hard to make better. And I don't think that anybody in this room wants to see that happen.
Mr. Brindisi, did you have something?
If I just could respond to Ms. Jackson's question, because I think, you know, her question really points towards the future. You know, I think given the excess levy capacity, we certainly can get through this year's budget. But my concern is what are we going to do in FY 26, 27, and beyond? And so just back of the napkin math, you know, this past year we had a little north of $10.1 million in new revenues. And so when you look at, when you call out the town's budget and you call out the fixed costs, the school budget is remaining about 41%. So if you took 41% of that, again, I'll call it a little north of $10 million, it's only about $4.2 million. So the question back to the school committee is, can you live on $4.2 million in perpetuity? Because if you can't, we're going to be talking about an override, if not next year, certainly the year after that. You know, so because your question was, we have to get together and figure out a way that the school department can continue to progress and can still provide quality education. We all agree, we all want that, right? But we have to understand the fiscal reality of what we're faced with. And what we're faced with is approximately $4.3 million for the school budget in FY 26. And so that's something that we're trying to get folks to start to understand today, because if we don't figure out today, we're going to have a problem tomorrow.
That fixed costs are going up for all of us. And so being asked to live within 4.2 or 4.1 in perpetuity is not realistic. With the way that costs are increasing, unless something changes societally, the school is facing the same things. And I would welcome anybody on the finance committee or the select board or the general public to look at the budget and find other creative ways. I think the administration has done a fantastic job in trying to be creative with what they've done with their budget without having to lay people off. And I think the teachers have sacrificed a lot over the last number of years in order to work with the students and the teachers. But something is going to give, and if it's not going to be in this conversation or working together or with the budget, then we're going to see things happening like are happening in other communities, because just like people aren't going to vote for a tax increase, the teachers aren't going to stand here and accept whatever we just decide to hand them. And so then you're either talking about a strike or work to rule, and I don't think people want to live within those parameters either.
see a digital hand raised by, I believe it's Ms. Rogers of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chairman. This is somewhat a rhetorical question, but based off of what Mr. Brandisi just said about thinking towards the future. I think that in almost every other Advisory and Finance Committee and every other budget meeting that I've been in, besides the school committee, raises and budgets are just routinely passed without, I don't want to say without a lot of thought, but certainly without this much debate. And I think that as a whole, as Advisory and Finance, as Select Board, as every committee within the town, we need to be scrutinizing every single budget the way that we're scrutinizing the school committee budget and the school department budget. We're throwing money, and I don't want to say throwing money, but we're giving millions of dollars to, replacing roofs on businesses that bring in $900,000 a year. We're putting money in other places. So if the town is legitimately saying that their budget for the schools is $4 million and the school is saying that they can't live within it, the town needs to be looking at pulling the purse strings a little bit tighter in every other position and not just asking the school committee to do that. It's unfair. The schools are a reason, as has been said a million times, that people come to Plymouth, that people stay in Plymouth, that people move to Plymouth. They're a big tax revenue. And at the end of the day, it's the future of Plymouth. So when we discuss what the future of Plymouth looks like, we need to discuss putting money into the future of Plymouth, which is putting money into our schools and giving them a budget that they can live with.
If I could respond to that. So,
Mr. Brindisi.
As you recall, Ms. Rogers, last year the town went through that exercise. In fact, we laid off approximately 8 positions. We went through that exercise again this year, cut our budget back from budget submittals approximately $2 million. If we were to go through that exercise, then we'll be having those same conversations. How many firefighters do you want to lay off? How many police officers do you want to lay off? How many public works officials do you want to lay off? When the complaints come in about your roads not being plowed, it's because of those types of layoffs. So the town has critical services, both public safety and public works, and in other places as well. So we go through that exercise every year. So this is not a town versus school. This is a community problem, and I think you should recognize that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the Select Board, the Advisory and Finance Committee, or the School Committee? Okay. Well. Oh, Ms. Rogers? Is your hand up again, or is it still up?
It's up again.
Okay.
I just want to say that I do. If I may, I just want to say that I do recognize that it's a systemic problem and we can't afford to be laying off police officers and firefighters. But this budget is being scrutinized on a level that is just unfair. And I just need that to be recognized, that our teachers need to be paid. We can't, someone suggested laying off administrative assistants. Those administrative assistants do things for our teachers and for our certified positions to allow our certified positions to better serve our students. So I understand that it is a systemic problem. I'm just saying that we need to look at the budget as a whole and not single out schools.
Thank you. Mr. Brindisi, Mr. Brothers, Ms. Barrett, anything you would like to add at this time? Dr. Campbell, Dr. Blaisdell, anything you'd like to add?
At this time, I would say it's very difficult to build a budget to maintain our level of services and to assume any reasonable contractual obligation with the guideline. Having said that, we do build budgets quite early here as well, which is also a challenge, I think, in terms of forecasting what may come. The last time that we negotiated contracts, we presented a level service budget and went for a fall supplemental appropriation because we bargained in good faith and we determined what that appropriation would be. So it's hard to build a budget starting in October, finishing in November, early December, realizing where comparable budgets are settling, understanding that in order to do that with what I know today for level service, that we would have to make significant reductions in force, not through attrition, but layoffs. So it's hard to make a recommendation knowing that we would be making serious cuts. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there's no one else, I will say, obviously, the town has spent a lot of time on our budget proposal for our, and we voted on our budget last week. We are prepared to hand over our budget recommendation to the Advisory and Finance Committee, as is our tradition at this meeting, since they have a hard deadline in regards to the town meeting cycle that they are beholden to, with print deadlines, budget hearings, things of that nature that they need to do with budget subcommittees, all while balancing their day jobs, whatever they may be. So that is what we are looking to do this evening. It is unfortunate that these conversations are happening at this time. I mean, when I was the only member of, I think the chair of the select board was invited but was unable to attend. I did attend that meeting back in September with school administration and town administration about the budget guidelines at that time. And I would have been preferable if there were going to be issues, if we had more conversations about that earlier in the process, and if it had been communicated to us that there was interest in us having joint meetings or other discussions, even if it's just the administrators talking to each other, about those budgetary constraints. But we are where we are, and we have to move forward, and we recognize that this puts some difficulties in one particular direction, but I think my colleagues and I have done what we could do, and I know a number of individuals asked this evening what the budgetary numbers from the school were going to be, and we don't have those numbers, so we can't really have a meaningful discussion about that this evening, but I think we've covered the topic in as much depth and breadth as we're going to be able to accomplish this evening. So I appreciate everyone's time and patience, everyone spending probably significantly more time than they anticipated at this meeting in attendance, so we appreciate that. So we will move forward into the next item on our agenda.
Can we have a break? 5 minutes. Please give us a 5-minute break.
Not yet. Not yet. Not during that. They get public comment and public comment.
I adjourn the school committee at 9:24. Thank you, everybody.
Or the board will take a 3-minute recess for the room to empty. All right, welcome back. It took slightly longer for the room to empty, but such is life. So that brings us back to our agenda. We said we were going to, where is Mr. Helm? Mr. Helm. If you could, that would be excellent. We are going to.
You get Harry Helm?
Thank you.
Let me stop Paul.
So we are going to, once we are joined by our colleague, who is presumably going to join us at any moment. Mr. Helm. Well, we're going to move into the next item on our agenda, which is Article 9, Capital Improvement. We are joined by Lynn Barrett. Lynn, anything you would like to add?
I apologize, Kevin. I'm just trying to pull up the, okay, so earlier today, I actually sent out an amended memo, which recommended the capital for Article 9. So what happens is the Capital Improvements Committee meets and they go over all of the projects that have been submitted that are eligible within our bylaw. So that happened last Thursday. They met on the 11th and went over all of the capital. So what happens is capital is recommended in Article 9 at town meeting. So the town manager is recommending, and an amended memo was sent out today because we're going to hold off on one project and do it at the special town meeting, which is within the annual, but the deadline for submitting all that materials to the select board for the warrant is February 2nd. So for Article 9, the total being recommended is $33,778,688. And attached to the backup that we sent you is the CIC ranking schedule and all the department requests, which also include an article for the special town meeting, and then it also includes a project that was submitted for the Community Preservation Committee, which is going to be under Article 16D at town meeting. And you'll be looking at that particular article, I believe, next week with Select Board and next week also with Advisory and Finance. So of the 33.7 million requests, the recommendation to fund those projects is free cash of about 9.1 million, raise and appropriate from the levy of 1.5, other available funds and grants of 7.6 million, sewer retained earnings of 1.4 million, water retained earnings 123,000, airport retained earnings 380, and borrowing of approximately 13.5 million. The recommendation includes, in particular, I just want to highlight, because it's one of the select board goals, is $3 million towards the road improvement program. So half of that is to be funded through the levy and half of it is to be funded through free cash. In addition to that, the town, DPW will also be using their Chapter 90 funds and the additional $790,000 that they got from the millionaires surtax this past year. Also, the town is working towards getting additional grants, more grants for some of these projects, and more grants that we get would reduce the amount that we would end up borrowing. So one grant that we are anticipated to get is a $2.5 million grant towards the sewer tertiary project in the Sewer Enterprise Fund. So that's, I just wanted to mention that, and that's included in the memo. But I'm available to answer any questions for you tonight. I know departments, some of the departments are here that have projects, and then some should possibly be online also to answer any questions, if you have any questions regarding specific projects.
All right, thank you. Any members from the Select Board have any questions on any of the capital items, request, funding sources, or anything of that nature? Hearing and seeing none, we are still in a joint meeting with the Advisory and Finance Committee. The School Committee has adjourned for the evening. Any questions while you're here of the Advisory and Finance Committee in regards to this article? Hearing? Seeing none? Do I have a vote to include Article 9 on the warrant and recommend to town meeting by the Select Board that we appropriate and raise and appropriate and expend the figures involved in those capital projects as outlined in the materials?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Bletzer.
I'll second for discussion.
Mr. Helm has seconded. This is whether or not to include Article 9 in the warrant and recommend it to town meeting as outlined. It has been moved, it has been seconded. Any discussion from members of the Select Board as to whether or not? Mr. Helm.
Well, given the last 3 hours, I am going to vote no at this time. Our budget is clearly up in the air. Okay, we have a large segment that we do not know what it will be. The current budget, as I've said several times, is a 6.9% increase. Okay, it brings us to 74% this year, a 74% increase over a decade. I went a little further while people were talking. If we apply the usual 5% increase, we hit a doubling of our taxes after 13 years. 3 more years, we will have doubled our residents' taxes. Okay. Heading into, and I would argue, we are teetering right now on the edge of that fiscal cliff. It's not here, but we're looking over it. Okay, it's about to come up. And I can tell you for sure from what I'm hearing, it doesn't matter what we argue to people when there is a Prop 2.5 override. They're going to make a statement. They're going to vote no. And is that something we want? We need to deal with our budget as best we can now. And we need to work with the school committee, which appears to be disagreeing with the budget that we have created. And so therefore, given this amount of money, I'm going to be voting no at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Any other discussion from any other members of the Select Board? I will say that these capital requests, the only one that's coming from raise and appropriate is putting money towards roads, unless I'm misreading that. That is a long-term goal of the Select Board. Working on the roads has been a long-term goal of the community for some time. We're just putting more money towards it so we can stop treading water and start moving forward, which is what residents are expecting. Other funding sources do not involve the raise and appropriate item. So I think that while I understand Mr. Helm's comments in regards to some of his budgetary concerns as he expressed them last week, I do not agree with his assessment of the situation applying to this particular article. Any other discussion? Mr. Helm.
I'm going to have to disagree with you, Mr. Canty. As people will know if they were here at the June meeting, there was no one on this board more adamant and concerned about the condition of our roads and the need to improve them. And in fact, I called everybody's attention to the fact that the money we were budgeting for roads were never going to catch us up. It was never going to get us into a position of improving. It would just continue the degradation of our roads in general. So that's not the point. The point is, in my mind, agreeing to promote a budget that any aspect of it may need to change, okay, in order to be fiscally responsible for our residents. That's why. It has nothing to do with walking back on commitment to roads. It's my concern, my overriding concern right now, particularly given this discussion tonight, that our budget is not accurate. And it's not, I do not think it's good government to vote for something that is not accurate.
Well, respectfully, Mr. Helm, the town's budget is accurate. The town has progressed that budget over a period of time and vetted it thoroughly. I don't serve on the school committee. I serve on the select board. Select board and town administration has done that vetting process and gone through all the steps with this. I would argue that it was unwise to keep excess levy capacity as low as it was for as long as it was and let the problems in this community get worse in the name of keeping people's taxes lower just to keep them lower, which only made more people move in here and, of course, continued to drain our taxes down. It's not as bad as, and Mr. Mahoney will tell you if you let him, it's not as bad as when Holtec came in here in 1972, but it is, and we didn't at that time, the people sitting in the equivalent of this chair at that time, artificially deflated the residential tax rate and invited essentially the whole South Shore to come to this beautiful community by the sea, and now we're stuck dealing with the consequences of a decision made 50 years ago. But we can't do anything about that, what happened. We don't have a DeLorean with a flux capacitor where we can go back to 1972 and talk to the people whose black and white photos are upstairs about how they should make different decisions. We're the people that are going to be in the photographs now, and this is the time to change the direction of this community to be fiscally responsible, because we were being penny wise but pound foolish for too many years, and this is where it stops. Any other discussion from members of the select board?
Yes, Mr. Canty, I'd like to say something. I probably won't say it as eloquently as you did, but I can just say that neglect. When I ran and when I get on the board, all I saw was the neglect of our roads, how our buildings were neglected, schools were neglected, and our employees weren't compensated properly. And we've tried to fix these problems. We by these capital projects, put money towards roads, putting money towards buildings. We're trying to be proactive. And I know we're not going to solve all these problems, especially the roads. I mean, we have 400 miles of roads, and we need $110 million worth of work on the roads. And we just can't afford it. But we have to try and at least do a little bit at a time. I mean, we just listened to a group that in 15 years, five contracts, they get 28%. That's 1 point something. If they had just gotten compensated a little bit more each year, we wouldn't be sitting with a room full of people protesting here. So I disagree, Mr. Helm. As he said, penny wise, pound foolish. We all agreed to fund these projects, and I think we're being very fiscally responsible by doing this. So thank you.
Any other discussion from members of the select board? All right. Hearing and seeing none, I will call for a vote. This is a vote as to whether or not to include on the budget and recommend to town meeting Article 9 as presented. Mr. Bletzer.
I vote yes.
Vote? Thank you. Mr. Helm.
No.
Mr. Mahoney.
He's there. He said yes.
He's voting with a thumbs up, which means yes. Okay. And the chair votes yes. So in a vote of 3-1, the motion carries. We will recommend town meeting approve Article 9, and we will include it on the warrant. Mr. Mahoney, your audio is that working at present?
Yeah, I just unmuted, Mr. Chairman. I'm a vote in the affirmative. Yes.
All right. I took that. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so that brings us back to our administrative notes. We had earlier skipped some administrative notes. It's been a spell, but we're going to circle back, and we're going to go over those again. So first is admin note number 3. There was a request made to me by one member of the board to take that admin note separately. Admin note number 3 reads, the board will vote to recommend to town meeting Article 7A 2025 operating budget. Members of the Advisory and Finance Committee who have gone through a spring town meeting cycle will recognize that the budget has been for a number of years presented by subcommittee to town meeting. The select board has retained the prior policy of voting on the entire operating budget recommendation of the select board as one item. That is what we have before us this evening. It will most likely, if recent tradition carries through, be different for the Advisory and Finance Committee, but that is how this vote is anticipated to go for Article 7A. So, do I have a motion to approve admin note 3?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Bletzer has moved. Mr. Mahoney, would you care to second? He has seconded with his thumb. It has been moved, it has been seconded. Any discussion by any members of the select board as to whether or not we should approve admin note 3? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
No.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Thank you. And I vote yes. In a vote of 3-1 with no abstention, admin note number 3 is approved. That brings us to admin notes 4 through 8. This is the enterprise funds portion of the budget, Articles 7B through 7F inclusive. Do I have a motion from any members of the board or any discussion about any of these admin notes before I solicit a motion? Mr. Helm?
I was going to make a motion.
You may.
Make a motion that we approve administrative notes 4 through 8.
4 through 8.
I'll second it.
All right, it has been moved by Mr. Helm. It has been seconded by Mr. Bletzer that we approve admin notes 4 through 8. Any discussion from any members of the board? Mr. Helm?
For clarity's sake, when people see that I voted yes on these, I am voting yes because they are net zero funds.
Understood. They are an attribute of the budget, but we will vote on them at this time. If there's no other discussion, seeing none from members of the Select Board, I will solicit a vote on notes 4 through 8. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. We will recommend and include on the warrant for town meeting Articles 7B through 7F. That brings us into admin note number 9. Admin note number 9 reads, the board will vote to recommend to town meeting Article 8, funding for Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund and the Nuclear Stabilization Fund. So, members of the Advisory and Finance Committee who may be wondering why they're still here, this is why you are still here, because I thought you may be interested in knowing some more details about this since you guys are hearing this tomorrow. So, part of this is $500,000 in both of those stabilization funds each. So $500,000 for facility capital maintenance, $500,000 for nuclear stabilization. But the important distinction, and something that is worth highlighting, is that for the Nuclear Stabilization Fund, there is a desire from the board to, as part of this transfer into the fund, to articulate to town meeting that this is going to be seen as as putting this money and treating the other money already in that fund which is $8,586,935.26 towards a possible future purchase of some or all of the Holtec property. So that would bring the balance up to just north of $9 million. So that would be the complete pitch to town meeting is $500,000 towards this fund, and we're going to be using, the intention is to use the entire balance of the fund in the future, potentially, assuming we want to buy some or all of this parcel, for a down payment or the complete purchase price of some or all of that parcel. So that is what I wanted to clarify, just because that's sort of a new philosophy that hasn't been part of this process before. So with that in mind, any members of the Select Board or the Advisory and Finance Committee have any questions in regards to what is listed as admin note number 9, but which is town meeting Article 8?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Neerman.
Is there a time frame on which that money in the Nuclear Stabilization Fund needs to be used?
There is not a time frame in which it must be used. The Holtec pilot agreement has an 8-year duration. So there's that involves some rights that are operative during that 8-year period above and beyond any other rights that we already had. And there's also a $3 million credit as part of that pilot that can be used for any of those purchase of some or all of that property when and if it comes on the market, which is only relevant during that 8-year period. So if it's not sold during that 8 years, we don't get the $3 million property. But in theory, if town meeting didn't want to, when it comes before town meeting in the future, assuming it does, if town meeting didn't want to spend this money on any of that purchase, then it could be used for some other purchase. I believe it does require a 2/3. Is it a 2/3 or 3/4 vote of town meeting?
2/3. 2/3, Kevin.
John says 2/3 with his mouth.
Yeah, but the legislature just changed the rules on special purpose stabilization funds. As long as you use the special purpose stabilization fund for the reason why you established it, it only requires a majority vote now. They just changed that. I'm sorry, you might be in the vote.
Okay. So the legislature just came out probably in December. We were notified that they changed the rules on special purpose stabilization funds. So as long as the community uses the fund for the purposes for which the money was set aside, then the requirement for vote is a majority instead of 2/3 on special purpose stabilization funds.
All right. And if you can't answer this now, then feel free to say that. In your opinion, would using this for the purchase of some or all of that property be the purpose that the fund was established? Or
Yes.
would it still, okay.
Yes, that was included as one of the many reasons why we wanted to set aside this
Excellent.
money.
Okay. So it would require, at least under existing current law, a majority down from the original 2/3. All right. Any other questions?
One quick follow-up,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Neerman.
Is the town having any serious consideration for purchase at this point?
When we negotiated that pilot agreement, wanting to purchase some or all of that parcel was the material thing that we were dealing with. Now, part of that, as I articulated in my presentation some time ago at this point, was we were going to have the pilot agreement allowed us to have an appraisal, access to the parcel for appraisal purposes, so we always have an appraisal on hand, and also to engage Holtec in a master planning process. That master planning process has not begun yet, but we are looking forward to beginning that. That will help us identify what we'd like to see done with that parcel, which will also inform our level of interest in specific parts of it. So, because, for example, if we master planned it in a way that we wanted light industrial or commercial use there, and a light industrial or commercial buyer was looking to purchase it, then maybe we wouldn't buy that, right? But if we wanted something for preservation or for a specific designated purchase that was different from whatever someone is trying to buy it for, then that would inform our purchase in the other direction. So there's a high level of interest in involving the town in this discussion, but there's nothing specific to report beyond what was reported in October.
And are there other suitors showing interest?
We are aware of potential suitors, but as one knows in courtship, that sometimes remains ambiguous for some time.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neerman. Mr. Mahoney, I see your digital hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. So on this topic, I don't want to frame it where it's exclusively that this fund is set aside to purchase some or all of this land. I still agree with the form letter that Ms. Barrett would put into the packet for town meeting over the course of the last decade when this account was first created. It could have been for economic development, public safety, or acquiring some or part of this land. She had 4 points that she would put into the booklet for town meeting. I think there's a heightened awareness, certainly, now that the plan has been closed for coming up for almost 5 years in May. And obviously, the 8-year agreement that we have currently with Holtec, which improves our position with respect to the land dramatically. I'm comfortable in saying that I believe that at least on part of that land closest to the Atlantic Ocean, you're probably going to see probably a multi-billion-dollar build-out, whether that's a private sector build-out or a combination of private and government remains to be seen. But having said that, the important thing is that we've thought long-term. We've put the community in a stronger fiscal position to react if appropriate. And lastly, with respect to the question from that individual, there have been numerous suitors looking at this property. So, but the community is in a excellent position if and when any opportunity arises, and I certainly support that.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Any other questions? Mr. Helm?
Not a question, but a comment. Once again, for clarity's sake, I will be voting yes on these two. As Mr. Mahoney pointed out, the Nuclear Stabilization Fund has been in existence for probably about 10 years, because I remember, I think you were also on the FinCom at the time it was created. And we have been regularly funding it, and the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund has existed for a number of years and has routinely been funded.
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Mr. Blitzer, I see you approaching.
I just have a comment. I didn't know if you want to wait until, I know you find that protocol, if you want a second for discussion.
You know, you've been pretty good, so go ahead, Charlie.
Okay. Harry, I'm glad you voted yes, because the statement I was going to make, I didn't want to offend you. But the statement was, if anybody in this room doesn't know the importance of that land, then they shouldn't be in this room, as far as I'm concerned. So once again, we're trying to be proactive. We're trying to have, when we don't know if this is going to happen next week or 3 or 4 years from now, but we want to be able to come to the table with some money, be ready to pull the trigger. So that's why we're being fiscally responsible. You know, we're putting this money aside. We'll do it each year, and when the time comes, we'll be ready to go. So anyway, I'm voting yes too.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the Advisory and Finance Committee or the Select Board? All right, seeing none. Well, we had Mr. If no one else does, we had Mr. Mahoney comment that he didn't want to per se make it exclusively in relation to the Nuclear Stabilization Fund. I don't think we have other money to put towards that purpose. We could always reconsider if we don't make a purchase at a future time of some or all of that parcel. But when we were talking about the right of acquisition that we were trying to acquire, utilizing this fund as a down payment or a payment in cash for a smaller portion of it was certainly part of that consideration of, well, if we're working so hard to try and get this, how are we actually going to buy it? So I would prefer if we did make it specifically that we intend at this time for the entirety of the fund to be used for the purchase of some or all of that parcel as part of the recommendation to town meeting. Rather than the issue I see, if we don't do that, is that then when another issue comes about, it's seen as like, just another type of stabilization fund for a general purpose, and we could lose on an opportunity there. I just think it would be consistent with our efforts, our long and storied efforts in preparation of town meeting. So that would be my preference. With that in mind, Mr. Bletzer, did you want to make a motion of any kind?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this as written, I guess.
Would you like it to be consistent with my wishes for it or with John Mahoney's?
Well, I'm fine either way. I know the purpose. That land is going to become available. So, and that's the purpose. That's why we're putting this money away. So, I think if we don't buy the land, then we can use it for another purpose. But I don't know what the process is for that. But John, I'll listen to you if you want to say some more.
Mr. Mahoney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Canty. So, Kevin, it's not that I necessarily agree with you, but what if there was a scenario where, let's say 80% of the funds for any potential purchase came from the Commonwealth, the federal government, and the private sector. And the community didn't have to use all of that fund for a purchase. We had to use 1, 2, 3, or 4 million. And then, but it was going to lead to an economic development opportunity. I just didn't want to, I don't want to leave the community, because there's probably a multitude of scenarios that can possibly happen. I just didn't want to leave the community having to find another revenue source to do some sort of analysis with respect to economic development, or the community is left there trying to find another funding mechanism for the 2 or 3 other possibilities that Lynn would outline in that letter over the course of the last decade. That's it. I mean, first thing first, obviously you have to secure the land and then you can move forward for there. But I just think that I don't think we necessarily have to paint ourselves into the corner and just restrict ourselves to one thing at this point in time.
Well, I'd just like to say on that, I don't want to have that money there and all of a sudden we're spending $1 million on this, $2 million on this.
Right.
And then we don't. So, it's like the meals tax. We're already thinking about what we're going to use it for and not to pay for town hall. So my motion is to make a motion as written, as it's written. So
that would be consistent with Mr. Mahoney's.
No, it's written, no. Isn't it written?
It is.
It's written without the...
Please restate your...
So my request would be that we make a motion to recommend to town meeting the funding. We would include Article 8 on the town meeting warrant, and we would recommend to town meeting these appropriations as listed, and the concept that the money in the nuclear stabilization fund would be primarily dedicated towards a purchase of some or all of the parcel, the 1,530 plus acres
Yes.
owned by Holtec.
Yeah, I'll make that motion because I want this to be primarily for that. I don't want any other problems, so.
Thank you.
I'll second, but I do have a discussion point and a question for the chair.
Okay, so it has been moved, it has been seconded. Mr. Helm, you have the floor for discussion.
Thank you. question for you, Mr. Canty.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but once again, I'm big into clarity this evening after the first couple hours.
It's always that fourth hour.
It's the fourth, yeah, exactly. Are you proposing that the entire contents of the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund be basically earmarked for land purchase?
Yes, unless we decided not to purchase the land and it went somewhere else,
Yeah,
then we
okay.
could reconsider.
I just wanted to confirm that it wasn't just what we're putting in now, that
It's
you
the
were setting
entire
aside.
content.
It's the entire content. Thank you. I'm good.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Mahoney?
You know, Kevin, I've come around to your position. It's okay. First and foremost, I've said this all the time. We got to secure the land. And then if there were a remaining balance, we could always go back to town meeting and say, we're going to invest in public safety or an economic development plan. And, you know, we might be joining with a private sector developer. So we can always go back and revisit any potential balance.
Excellent. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. If there's no other discussion from members of the Select Board, I will call for the vote. I see and hear none. Mr. Bletzer, how do you
Yes.
vote? Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney? Is that a yes? That's a yes. All right. And myself, yes. So it is unanimous.
Yeah, yes, Kevin, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so that concludes our admin notes. That's why I asked the Advisory and Finance Committee to remain. So if the Advisory and Finance Committee wants to take 3 minutes to exit after adjourning, they could do so.
Mr. Canty. Motion?
You would.
Yes. Can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms.
Second.
Richards, thank you. I do have a second. Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Mr. Canty, before the Finance Committee members,
Yeah.
I'll extend an invitation to any Finance Committee member who wants to come and talk about the budget. One-on-ones, a couple committee members have already met with myself or Lynn or Brad. So if anybody else wants to come meet with us, one-on-one, we're happy to meet and go through the budget.
Mr. Brindisi just offered us an invitation to talk about the budget with him at a future date. That is not tonight. Thank you. Okay, any discussion about adjourning? Ms. Butler, how do you vote to adjourn? Mr. Cabana is not here. Mr.
He's down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cabana.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Mr. Dunn. I see
Yes.
you. Thank you. Mr. Howard.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. Lawler.
Yes.
Mr. Pizarro.
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes.
Ms. Tompkins.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Yes.
And Mr. Zuccaroli.
Yes.
It is unanimous. We have adjourned the Advisory and Finance Committee meeting for tonight. We will see you tomorrow at 7. Thank you.
So that brings us to spring town meeting warrant article discussion. I see a hand raised by Mr. Mahoney. Mr. Mahoney, do you have spring town meeting warrant article discussion content you'd like to share with us? He is indicating he does not. Okay, does anyone else have any? All right, that is merciful. That brings us into public comment. Do we have public comment? I saw Mr. Cirque first. So Mr. Cirque has the floor.
Thank you very much. Rich Cirque, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2. I have 2 comments. The first is on public comment itself. Could you restore the policy of putting it at the beginning of the meeting rather than at the end? And the reason I say that is a number of agenda items are such that the public is not allowed to comment on them as they come up. And by the time public comment is arrived at, if it's at the end of the agenda, the issue that they wanted to comment upon has already been decided. As an alternative to that, when you're dealing with an agenda item, if you would allow the public to comment on that agenda item, then there would not be a situation where a person who wants to comment on an agenda item ends up commenting on it after the decision's been made.
Thank you.
Okay. The other matter involves a matter that was on your agenda for tonight but was apparently taken out of order, and that pertains to the county woodlot. And I will look at the video and see what was said, but I just wanted to make sure you're aware of the fact that the ground lease with Boston South Real Estate called for a $150,000 payment in July 1 of 2023. And what happened is that the lease or the agreement with Boston South was amended to postpone that payment of $150,000 by July 1, 2023. Now, I don't understand why the county didn't just say, we'll keep your prior payment, you've defaulted under your agreement, and see you later. Instead, they waived the payment of $150,000 and called for it being paid later in the lease cycle. Now, I was told by the administrator of the county that the reason for the amendment is because of an agreement they have with Verizon for a cell tower on the woodlot, and that the cell tower was very important for the Verizon customers and so forth, and the lease was ending in June of 2023, and in order to extend the lease with Verizon, the county asked Boston South to approve, to add a year to its lease and to postpone the payment. I don't know why the Verizon lease had anything to do with the Boston South lease. And I haven't seen the Verizon lease, but I don't understand why the county would elect to smooth Boston South's plans by waiving and postponing the July 1, 2023 payment that was due from Boston South, instead of, as I said, just deeming the ground lease with Boston South to be considered terminated as of July 2, 2023, because Boston South failed to pay the July 1, 2023 payment. If I'm missing something here, I don't know, and I will look at the video as to what Mr. Blasler said.
All right.
So
it was Mr. Valenzola that was with us.
Pardon me?
Mr. Valenzola was the one that was with us, actually.
He's here?
He was here. He's not here present.
Was he the representative from the...
He was.
Yeah. They had a choice, and they could have chosen to hold Boston South to their original agreement, and if they didn't pay, then the previous payment they made would be defaulted. But instead, they gave them another year and they postponed the lease payment. And I think that's being tone deaf to the host community of Plymouth, which I think has expressed itself pretty clearly that they're not in favor of a racetrack here. So why did the county do that? Why didn't they at least notify the town? Were you advised of that?
So, Mr. Cirque, you're well over your 3 minutes.
Okay.
I would invite you to inquire of the county commissioners of those questions. But thank you for your comment.
They told me what I said to you, they said.
Okay. Thank you.
Steve Leiden, Precinct 17. I'd like to thank the board very much for approving Article 9. A lot of work went into that Article 9. And Harry, I appreciate, your thoughts about the taxpayer. I am a taxpayer also. A lot of those articles that you approved tonight are safety articles, and a lot of them are going to be from enterprise funds or from grants. So a lot of money, the money's really not coming from the taxpayer, but I really appreciate your concern, and we do need these articles. We do need these capital projects to be done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leiden. Do we have any other Members of the public, we have Mr. Dale Weber joining us. Mr. Weber, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First of all, I find myself in a predicament of agreeing with Mr. Cirque. 100% of what he said about the public comment. And that's the reason I'm standing up here tonight, because I wasn't allowed to speak during the 2-hour presentation about the budget. I do also want to open up with a public service announcement from the members that I represent, treating the roads very hazardous tonight. So on your way home, try to walk in the streets because they are treated and they are safe. But when you get in your driveways, sheet of ice. Everything that was wet is now an ice skating rink, so be very careful. We don't want any workers' comp claims for the budget. But anyway, follow up on the meeting earlier, commending the budget builders. I've taken task to the budget builders over the past couple of meetings. I want to compliment this board on its budget building initiative. Now, what I'm going to give you is my quick summary, because Mr. Canty's got his timer running, 3 minutes. The school committee apparently didn't get the memo that there was a paradigm shift in the way the town is going to do business by, it's still bargaining in good faith. It's just a different method of doing it this cycle than what the school committee has done and what we as employees who collectively bargain with the community have been used to in the last 10 years. We do what you call hostage negotiations. And that means that you're going to either do what we say or we're going to lay off your members. That doesn't serve the town well at all, and it recalls my memory to a former selectman who sat where you're sitting, and he used to say, if you want the streets paved in gold, just appropriate the money and we'll do it for you. So that was that. Other comment to make is, and I think the school committee will adjust their position here because now they clearly do have the memo, that there's been a different approach to collective bargaining by identifying a number that's available, and that is bargaining in good faith, in my opinion. It's also bargaining in good faith if you don't want to disclose that number and make people go through hoops and public information requests to get it. So both sides have points. I can see collaboration coming. I do want to comment to Mr. Helm's comments earlier and Mr. Zuparoli's, who I see is he still there? Yeah, I think he is. He referred to the town's health insurance plan as a Cadillac health insurance plan. Mr. Zuparoli, if you can hear me, it is not a Cadillac plan. And we can talk about that for more time than I have allotted here tonight. But that's what's causing our people to exit stage right. Mr. Helm asked, how did we get here? He asked the school committee. How did we get here? How did we get to this position where we're in this deficit and we're rated poorly amongst comparable community comparisons? Mr. Helm, you were with the Finance Committee in the last 10 years. I negotiated with the town and appeared before you on the Finance Committee and negotiated those contracts that had dismal salary increases because we were part of a team. We were invested in Plymouth, and we bought the Kool-Aid. We drank the Kool-Aid, and we're not saying it was bad. We were invested in doing what was right for the community. 1974, we had 99% health insurance. I see you looking at the clock, Mr. Canty. I would ask you one more minute.
I already gave you one, but I'll give you another one.
I appreciate that.
That's bargaining in good faith, Dave.
I'm sorry. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. So in 1974, the Board of Selectmen couldn't afford contract raises, so they said, how about we give the town employees health insurance and we'll pay 99% and you pay 1%. We signed on the line, and we did that deal. Ever since 1974, we've been working backwards on that fraction. So that now, in July, we go back to 70-30. We gave another 5%. I wish Ms. Barrett hadn't left, because I would have challenged her to tell me I was wrong when I stood before you tonight and say, we have negotiated $50 million in cost avoidances in the benefit package. So, Mr. Helm, that's where we were for the last 10 years. We were negotiating agreements, diminishing the health insurance in order to give us at least a cost of living adjustment, even though it wasn't a healthy one. I appreciate the move this board is making in the budget dilemma that we are currently faced in, but I have confidence that this will be collaborated and it will work its way out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. We appear to have another member of the public, Meg Sheehan, on Zoom. Ms. Sheehan, if you wish to make public comment, you have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I have public comment on 3 items. I have been watching this entire meeting since 6 o'clock. I do not believe you voted on administrative items 10 to 16, which are the approval of sets of minutes. And the existence of those minutes on the agenda shows a clear open meeting law violation, because the minutes were supposed to be approved within 3 meetings, which obviously they were not. So I don't know whether you approve them or not, but clearly there continue to be open meeting law violations by the Board of Selectmen. You've already been found in violation once by the Attorney General. There's a number of pending open meeting law complaints at the Attorney General's office, and I think it's fair for the public to know why the Select Board continues to violate the open meeting law. Secondly, I agree that it's discouraging to the public and dissuades public participation in the discussion of agenda items to put public comment at the end. And that was particularly egregious this evening with regard to the county woodlot, and to have the county officials there and not allow the public to have public comment about that very important item. And as to the county woodlot, my third point, and what I'm going to say is all documented on the website, Save the County Woodlot. I would like to know what the town is going to do about the environmental condition of the county woodlot. The town improperly allowed the county to level one of the highest hills in town for an earth removal operation for what was supposed to be a solar farm. Instead of a solar farm, now we have a 10-acre, 50-foot pit, and it is like an open wound on top of our aquifer, allowing contamination to enter directly into the aquifer in the form of nitrogen and nitrate contamination, as well as any other contaminants that might be landing there. The town should be requiring a complete environmental impact study of what happened there, and requires some accountability for the fact that the county, quote unquote, leased the land, allowed all the sand and gravel to be removed, which is the natural filtration capacity for the town's drinking water supply. So in terms of what you're going to allow there, that needs to be step 1, a complete environmental impact study and mitigation for the unlawful earth removal operation that was a complete bait and switch, because again, the permit for that project says there's going to be a solar farm there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hearing and seeing none. That will bring us into town manager's report. Mr. Brindisi.
Okay, I'm going to keep this super brief. I know we have been hoping to have another follow-up meeting regarding the Northern Settlement Agreement. So we continue to work with the attorneys on that, but I'm optimistic we will close a deal on that. And the reason I'm optimistic is because if you go to Water Street, you will see that Northern has been working there for the last couple of weeks. We are expecting them to start to pile the sheet piles into the ground and start to open up the dewatering wells this week. So all good news that that project is moving forward. We want to get out of there as quickly as possible, certainly well before the spring holidays. And then just as another reminder, we are closing in on the move into the renovated Fire Station 2 or West Plymouth. We're expecting a move-in this week, assuming everything goes well the mid part of this week. And then last, as just a reminder for those folks that aren't aware, the special election on the proposed NIP ban is complete. 51% of the voters voted against having a NIP ban, and 49% of the voters voted for having a NIP ban. So in this sense, the noes win, and we will continue to allow package stores to sell NIPs in their businesses. So I'm going to end there, pending any questions.
Thank you, Derek. Any questions from members of the board? I know Mr. Mahoney expressed that his hand is erroneously listed as up. All right, seeing none. Select Board open discussion. Anyone have any new business? Any letters? Any old business? All right, seeing none. Mr. Bletzer, would you care to make a motion that we adjourn?
I would love to make that motion to adjourn.
All right, and Mr. Helm, care to second?
I would love to second it.
Excellent. Has been moved, it has been seconded. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney? Mr. Mahoney is signaling yes. And I am voting yes. We are adjourned at 10:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone.